Good evening, everyone. I call to order the February 11th, 2026 meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Tavera, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Chair Aiken.
Here.
Vice Chair Chang.
Here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner G.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
For the record, we have quorum, and noting that Commissioner James is absent.
Thank you. Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
Thank you. Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests to comment on items that are not on the agenda tonight?
Through the chair, I have not received any public comment cards for general public comment at the moment, and there are no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you very much. Item 1 on tonight's agenda is the city official reports. Assistant Director Armour.
Thank you and good evening. We will get my usual brief PowerPoint up on the screen in a moment and jump right into the second page where we've got upcoming dates for Planning and Transportation Commission meetings. Your next meeting, on the next slide, will include a discussion of proposed zoning code amendment. This is in regards to what we refer to as the shrink wrap rule, bringing that back to you for a formal recommendation, and a proposed project at 800 and 808 San Antonio Road. That's a planned home zone proposed. Next, on March 11th, we will be inviting the Architectural Review Board to join us at your usual Planning and Transportation Commission meeting time to have a joint meeting to discuss the Cubberley Community Center Master Plan. And then a reminder that recruitments are open in the Planning and Development Services Department, both for the Planning and Transportation Commission and Historic Resources Board. We've got multiple openings. Deadline for that is February 18th. Next slide. Council dates. So these are actually all past, just updates on the status of projects that came to you previously. So on January 22nd, we met with the Retail Committee to discuss both the Retail Revitalization Ordinance that will be returning to you next month, and we received approval of the El Camino Real Retail Node Map that or they recommended approval as PTC had recommended. You'll see then on February 9th, skipping to the end, that same item did go to council and got approval on consent. Also of note was the February 2nd meeting. City Council reviewed a new planned home zone as a pre-screening. This is a potential redevelopment of the parcels adjacent to Town and Country. Point of interest from that meeting was that one of the parcel of 70 Encina that's between those parcels is expected to become part of that development as a single development proposal when they do come in for their formal application. And then we also had a discussion of the work plans. Thank you to Chair Aiken for joining that and being available to answer questions. They did recommend approval of the work plan that you reviewed last July. So we will get that posted informally on the website. The one change that they made was a request to add a reference to Senate Bill SB 79 as part of the work that you're doing as ongoing work to implement state laws as needed. As there will be discussions upcoming on that topic as well, and direction from council before we proceed with any code changes. That concludes my report, and tonight we do not have anyone from the Transportation Department with us. They will be joining us next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Armour? Vice Chair Chang.
So a quick question for the February 25th PTC meeting. In our packet, it says that we might be looking at the retail revitalization ordinance, and is that
Correct.
pushed now to
That
a
is-
little bit later?
That is correct. We were trying to move it forward as quickly as possible, but based on the feedback from the retail committee, there were a few things that we wanted to make sure we had thought through carefully to prepare strong language for your consideration in the hopes that we can come talk with you and then move it on to council promptly. So we have shifted that a month. We do expect that to come to the second meeting in March.
Okay. And then my other question is regarding the pre-screening of the Town and Country parking lot. Were there any takeaways while it's fresh in your mind so that, yeah.
There were a number, we took notes and we'll have a summary of it when we
Okay.
do bring it to you. There were a number of items identified by staff as potential issues that'll need to be addressed with a formal application. Some concerns in terms of existing utilities and easements, some interest in looking into the transportation improvements that might be needed with that kind of change to that street and the intersection with El Camino Real. There was general support for the project, but clearly there will be extensive discussions about design and compatibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Commissioner Templeton, then Commissioner G.
Thank you very much. I'm going to guess that the transportation team has been in a lot of other unplanned meetings in the last week, and that's possibly why they're not here. But I'm going to just ask if, when they do come back next time, if they can speak to some of the conversations that are happening with Caltrain and with the city and the Public Works Department about Churchill. I know that was subject of much public comment at City Council this week, and also at the school board for obvious reasons. So I would really like to find out at least an update on that, and also if we can anticipate any conversation or study session or opportunity for the public to weigh in on plans that are happening there through this body. And if not, that's okay, but it'd be nice to know what the plans are and kind of like sketch it out.
Thank you for that request. I will pass that on to the Office of Transportation. One note, our expectation moving forward is that we will have them for one of the meetings per month, just so that there's a common understanding and expectation.
We had previously hoped that they would be coming every time. What is the reason for the change?
Understood. We've looked into the kind of information they're bringing and sharing with the shift to different staff and having them provide a more detailed presentation, as you've seen in recent meetings. The kind of balance out the work was to commit to joining Planning and Transportation Commission once a month rather than at every meeting. So
Thank you for letting us know that's the plan,
Yeah.
and feel free to pass along my strong objection to that when you
Okay.
pass it along to them.
Thank you.
Quick question before moving on to Commissioner G. So I presume we can contact Mr. Arce directly as well.
Correct. As with any communication with staff, I would welcome being included, CC'd on those emails, just so I can support the Planning and Transportation Commission in any inquiries, but yes, you can reach out directly.
It's a good question, Chair. I'm sorry to jump in. I just want to say the reason is that as the recent conversations show, it's really important to make sure that the public have an opportunity to engage on a regular basis with the Transportation Department as well as the Planning Department. The work we do here is not siloed. We're not the Planning Commission. We're not the Transportation Commission. We're the Planning and Transportation Commission. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but this is for the benefit of people who don't know the history of this conversation. But it's really important that people be able to access and stop by and talk to or give public comment that relates to the Transportation Department as well. Thank you.
Thank you both. I have Commissioner G, then Commissioners Peterson and Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to quickly second the comments from Commissioner Templeton about the fact that we don't want to be having the planning side of the House not talk to the transportation side of the House for our projects. So I had a quick comment about that. My main question is, as part of the San Antonio Coordinated Area Plan, I thought I saw that the plan might be coming to PTC this month. Am I mistaken there?
The expectation is next month. It'll be coming, let me think for a moment what our tentative plan is. I do believe it's the same meeting that retail ordinance will be coming, that we'll have a study session on San Antonio Road Area Plan at the second meeting in March, followed by a discussion of the retail ordinance that same evening.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't see it on your deck, so just want to make sure that that's still coming through.
As you have seen, I try not to project too far out in the future because things just keep moving.
Thank you, Ms. Summer.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. So, Ms. Summer, I would like to also follow up with Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner Gee's recommendations that we do have somebody from the transportation group here. You know, the fatalities at the railroad tracks with the high school students is just like unbelievable. And, you know, I've had a couple of people ask me, what is the Planning Commission doing? And I didn't exactly want to respond that, you know, it's not on our agenda, you know. So you know, people don't understand that when you say it's not up for vote. So anyway, for the transportation group to put that on our agenda, I think would be a welcome addition, so that we could have some input on it.
If I may, Chair, just a quick response. At the council meeting, there was some discussion of the work that is currently underway, the conversations that are occurring to address the recent occurrences and history of occurrences on the train tracks and the crossing there. And so at this point, that is kind of where those conversations and negotiations are occurring, and I will be working directly with the staff who are working on that. If there is something that needs to come through Planning and Transportation Commission, it also could be that some things occur in an urgency, you know, path that don't come to PTC, because we know that, you know, this is an important and urgent topic to make sure that we get improvements in. And so I hear the requests. We recognize the importance of this work, and I will be here to support once I'm told that there's an item that'll be coming to you. But at this point, I know there are other conversations going on to try and get something in there quickly.
Does that address your question, Commissioner Peterson?
It does.
All right, Commissioner Heckman.
Just to try to wrap on this issue, I think we've received good feedback from the commission tonight on how important we view the participation of a representative from transportation. And so, but I understand there are budgetary issues, there's labor deployment issues, and so I think our ask here is that you know, sort of take this feedback and talk it over with staff, and, you know, maybe there is some midpoint. Maybe it's not showing up, but, you know, maybe it's something in writing on the, something short in writing, bullet points on the evenings that there won't be a transportation participant. And I'm not suggesting that that's the solution. I'm just suggesting that's an example of a solution. So, but I think that's maybe where this should go. I do understand the constraints that the overall department has, and, you know, we all have to figure out a way to work together with those constraints. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, just because you're relatively new, we advocated for years to get them to come regularly. And they recently started doing that. And now we're learning they're trying not to with the new management. So I just want to make sure that that message is loud and clear with our new Transportation Chief. Thank you.
Anything further? There is nothing I can add to that. I believe then we are ready for item 2 on tonight's agenda. This is a quasi-judicial recommendation on an applicant's request for approval of a vesting tentative map for 3606 El Camino. Because this is quasi-judicial, I'll ask, are there any disclosures, commissioners? I see none. Vice Chair Chang.
I'll just say that I visited the site and, because it's not in our packet, made the observation that both on Kendall and on Matadero, it's very difficult for two cars to pass each other. Yeah, you just have to do it very carefully, because I had to do it on both streets. That's it. Well, we're supposed to, it's not really a disclosure, but we're supposed to include anything that's new information that's not in the packet. Is that correct? Okay.
All right, any others? If not, may we please have the staff presentation?
Good evening. Let's take a trip to 3606 El Camino Real. As mentioned, this is a vesting tentative map to merge 7 parcels to create one resulting parcel that would be approximately 2.61 acres, and that would equate to roughly 113,907 square feet. The vesting tentative map would also facilitate the construction of a 321-unit residential building that is under a separate entitlement and not up for discussion at tonight's meeting. And here are those 7 parcels detailed on the screen. Moving on to some municipal code consistency, as detailed in the staff report, the resulting merged parcel is code compliant. The project site is within the El Camino Real focus area, an area that was identified for high-density housing. No public or private streets are proposed on the merged parcel, and there are no zone changes. This simply would just be a merging of those 7 parcels to accommodate one building on one parcel rather than going across parcel lines. As for some key considerations for tonight's discussion, that is detailed in that attachment B in the record of land use action, those 7 findings for the subdivision map approval. It is consistent with the land use and zoning. The site is suitable for this type of residential development based on that land use and zoning. The site and the associated project would be suitable for the proposed density of those said parcels, as well as it provides some new public and private easements with the sidewalk across the entire frontage for an effective 12-foot sidewalk along El Camino Real, as well as some new utility easements on the project site. The project was determined to be exempt in accordance with AB 130, a recent legislative change, Public Resource Code Section 21080.66. That does invoke some strict timelines for city approval and processing. Generally, that would be 30 days after a tribal consultation period is complete, which for this project that was complete on January 26. The applicant has also entered an agreement with the city to extend that deadline, and that date is provided in the packet. As for the recommended motion, staff is recommending that the Planning and Transportation Commission recommend approval of the proposed vesting tentative map to City Council based on those findings in attachment B and subject to the conditions of approval. And due to that strict timeline from that AB 130 recent legislative change, some of those conditions of approval, notably the utility conditions of approval, are forthcoming and not detailed in the packet. It is anticipated that those conditions will be available for the city council action, and not to be expected to make any substantive changes to that associated project. And with that, I can entertain any questions, and the applicant is available for questions as well.
All right, commissioners, first, let's begin with clarifying questions for Mr. Switzer. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So the staff report mentioned that there were also some potential conditions of approval being negotiated with the tribe. And I'm wondering if those are in the same state of affairs as the utility conditions. There's no update on that since the staff report was released.
Correct. So with the advanced lead time that we have for getting these reports to the commission, some of those conditions weren't able to make it before the commission, as detailed in the record, but those have been agreed upon with the tribes, and that's for ground disturbing activities and for monitors to be present. So the exact language can be provided, but unfortunately it wasn't able to be in the packet this evening.
Okay, that being so, I understand the timeline of getting this to us. In the future, when this, it's ideal for us to see as many of the conditions of approval as we can, even if we only see them just before the meeting. Then we can have some concept or recommendation to council on those. So I'd encourage it, and this, I don't remember this ever happening before, so it may never happen again. But if it does happen again, and you can get it to us even, earlier in the day of the meeting, so that we can have a quick chance to review them, that'd be appreciated. And the only other clarifying question I had is I didn't see in the staff report that either or both or any of these 7 parcels were housing inventory sites. So I'm wondering if they are, and if so, what was the anticipated density for whichever parcels were so designated?
Yes, so these, I believe, if we go over to that information on the,
Did I miss it?
yes,
Okay.
Packet page 9.
packet page 9.
Oh, thank you. All right. Question answered. Thank you very much.
Total for the site, just for the record, would be 37 anticipated units.
Oh,
So
there you go. Yep. All right. No further questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I have Vice Chair Chang and then Commissioner Templeton.
So I was wondering if you could go through, is this a clarifying question or not, but because I think it could be useful for members of the public, I wanted to understand where the easements, the new proposed easements are, because we were, as a commissioner, I was having a hard time looking at the map and seeing where they were. In particular, I think there's an IEE easement line drawn, and I don't, is that going to stay? I'm just trying to understand, because we're supposed to review easements, where are the easements? Yeah, that's my question.
great question. Bear with me while I pull up
Sure, no problem.
that vesting tentative map, and we can kind of walk through those on the screen. Thanks for your patience. All right, so if the commissioners have their printed plans, or if they want to direct their attention to the screen, we are looking at the vesting tentative map here. Zooming in on,
C3.1.
yes, let me get to the, the civil site plan here. So this would be on C4-1. There would be an effective easement on El Camino for that 12-foot sidewalk.
So it's not, it's a planned easement, it's not pictured in this plan, right?
Yes, it is detailed on the plans.
Oh, it is, I just,
Yes. Sorry, I was on the wrong page. Excuse me.
I think it's on C31.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it easiest to spot the easements on 3.1 and 3.2,
Right.
where you can see the cross-sections that include the easements.
Thank you for that. So there is there. Trying to find the note here. C31, there is a utility easement for a public utility easement.
and just to clarify, that says 6 feet, not 6 inches, right? I
Correct.
couldn't read it. Okay, thanks.
Yes, that is 1 comma. So that would be for those electrical transformers that are detailed on the civil plans in that corner. And then for another location, would be in this area here for another access to utilities. That is an internal comment that is forthcoming. And then I'm trying to find that public access easement.
I think many of these easements have to do with access to the meters and the transformers, to the water meter is the one along the top.
I think we would be interested in understanding the sidewalk easements as well as the,
Yeah, it's the sidewalk one that I couldn't find, and I really wanted to make sure I saw it. I think I see a line where it might be, but I'm not sure. It's not, I couldn't find a place where it was labeled as such.
Vice Chair Chang, what we may do is, now that we've had a little bit of a discussion, that we might invite the applicant to describe this as well, once we get to their presentation, since that'll be
Okay, so there will be an
before-
applicant.
Yeah, the
Okay,
applicant
thank
is
you.
available to make a presentation and could, now that they've heard this interest, potentially work an answer to that into their initial presentation before any other public comment occurs.
So just to be explicit about one more easement question, I see a vertical line on C3.1 and also 4.1 that it says it's an existing 30-foot IEE. So I think that's a IE easement that's to be quitclaimed, which says, I looked up what quitclaimed meant, and it means that it's just going to continue on, and I didn't understand that easement. Is that just going to be removed? Okay, thank you.
Quitclaim kind of means go away.
Perfect, thank you.
anything else, Vice Chair? Commissioner Templeton?
I'm going to hold off till the applicant presents. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak, do we have a presentation from the applicant?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Smith, SMITH, with Saris Regis Group. We're a local developer based out of San Mateo. One We don't have a presentation tonight, but we are here to answer any questions. And since we already had at least one good question come up, I can kind of help describe that. I don't have the plans in front of me, but the basic concept of the sidewalk easement is along El Camino Real. We are building and improving a larger sidewalk and really improving that frontage. Our property line goes to a certain point, and we're going to extend the easement about 3 feet toward our property to capture that full 12-foot sidewalk. So that's El Camino. As described, the other easements really are along Matadero and Kendall for the primary purpose of all of the utilities that we've got coming in there. So on each side of the project, we have actually sets of transformers. This project is an all-electric project. I think there's 5 transformers, and we're working with CPAU to not only design those, but also provide the correct easements that they'll need in order to maintain those transformers over the years. And then there's also water easements, and then there's certain other utility just boxes and easements that weren't captured. So it's pretty straightforward in that manner, and again, we're here to answer other questions you might have on the tentative map.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Do we have any questions for the applicant before public comment? Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, thank you so much for coming here tonight and sharing these plans with us and answering some questions. Staff, I will ask your support in helping me maintain the scope that's appropriate for tonight. So you just let me know if that's out of scope. But my question is, well, I have a question for staff as well, but I see we've got the counter going down for you, so I'm going to try and focus on your questions first. These little lines on the plans, what do they represent? There's a bunch of little lines in an area called Lot 1, et cetera.
Well, I might invite.
Maybe it'd be helpful if you bring it up.
Yeah, if you can bring it up on the plan. I've also got our civil engineer, Kieran Wright, here. We can.
I don't think it's that deep. Don't worry about it. I just want to make sure we get the picture up.
Sure.
And if I may, just for the record, I did find that note. I was a little tripped up earlier because it was at the top of the plan set, but now it's inside of the lot. But for that easement we have here, which would be a 2.5 foot easement. So that note would be indicating in that section there. So.
Great. So.
And what sheet?
So I'm asking about the little lines here at the bottom of currently in the bottom of the screen, different lengths. Are these, I think I know what they are, but I just want you to tell me what you think they are. Guys, it's not a trick question.
I believe it's the parking spaces
That's what I
as
thought it
part of
was.
the proposed building that's not currently under consideration, but you can definitely ask questions to understand the plan before you.
I appreciate that. And also, there was a staff, before you answer, the staff question was, the packet says there's 321, and you said there was 37 units of housing. What was the discrepancy there?
So if we're talking about housing inventory sites and what was identified.
The city thought there'd be 37 here?
That was what was projected for the site that was identified as a housing element
And
site.
what's proposed is 321?
Correct.
Okay. And so it looks to me like about 80% of the lot is covered with parking. Is that your plan, or is that just a reflection of something that's happening now, or?
With the new project? Mm-hmm. So the new project, again, and we're going to get into some details that we might.
It's okay. No, nobody's getting married here.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So the project we're proposing is a type 1 garage, 2 levels at grade. And then all of the residential units are above that. So that's 5 stories of wood. And in that garage, there's also things like our amenity spaces, our lobbies.
That's perfectly acceptable. I'm glad you were here to answer that question, because looking at this, it was very confusing because I didn't understand how that was going to work if that was an open air lot for whatever reason. So it's a 2 stories of parking and then housing above it.
That's
and
correct.
how many stories of housing? We don't know. Or do you know?
5 stories of housing
5
above
stories of
that
housing.
with
Okay.
courtyards and open spaces.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so our plans don't necessarily look like that because we're just talking about the lots. Okay, got it. Thank you very much for clarifying those questions for me. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Not to hammer on more on the easement, I guess we're all just really bad at reading these lines on the document here. I'd like to, Stephen, do you mind pulling up section 3, page 3.C3.2, and then section C? Okay, so just so that I'm reading this correctly, I see, is proposed ESMT the proposed easement here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So then we also, I'm assuring that's referencing the PSE, is that the public service what is that?
I believe that is the access easement for the part of the sidewalk.
Sidewalk, that's correct.
Okay,
Assuming
so,
that's along El Camino.
okay, so my understanding is that section C refers to the Kendall side, is that correct? Okay, yeah. So, so I'm just trying to understand here that, so, wait, sorry, did we say this was for public utility, this PSE? Or is it for public service, or is it just the sidewalk here?
I think it's just a sidewalk.
In that section, it did appear that there were multiple different easements that were labeled
Yes,
for
I just
different
wanted to
portions.
clarify, yeah.
Correct, and so.
And the
some were-
section C would be on Kindle.
Okay, so it
As-
looked like there was a sidewalk easement and public service easement labeled there.
Okay, and then in reference to section A, are we saying that the equivalent in section A is that it would be 10 feet on Matadero's side for the sidewalk and 8 feet for the Kendall side, is that correct?
As indicated on the plans.
That's the sidewalk dimension, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, just wanted to confirm that, thank you. And then, actually, I had a question for staff, but I can hold off until I don't know if the timer's still going? Am I? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I was actually wondering if staff could just quickly go over what's actually in scope before the public comment begins, so that we can make sure that the public understands what we're discussing today and what's in and outside of scope.
Sure. I think that would be a great guiding topic for discussion. As for what is within the scope for this evening, this would be a vesting tentative map to merge 7 parcels. So the development on that merged parcel is not up for discussion for this evening. It is simply just merging those 7 lots into one parcel itself. And if we're looking further, attachment B, which would be the record of land use, looking for those 7 findings for the vesting tentative map. So if there's any concerns with those findings being made that were provided, that would be where the discussion should remain.
And I will just add for clarification, just for the benefit of the public, because there is also an application here for redevelopment of this lot by this applicant for construction of the new building that was briefly described in questions earlier. It may be that some of the public comment will touch on the proposed building, and that's fine. The building has gone to the Architectural Review Board and will go with this vesting tentative map for council to consider at the same time. So there will also be another opportunity for public comment, and at that point it will be the map and the proposed building at the same time, and so public comment can be provided at council as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the public understood that before going to public comment. And for those following along at home, the 7 items that Mr. Switzer had mentioned are on packet page 18 and 19. Thank you.
As usual, Commissioner G has anticipated my questions and comments. So let's move on to Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. So for the applicant, just for a quick question, so you do intend to develop on this lot after it's merged?
That is correct.
Okay. And then another question I have is on the quality of construction. Have you built in Palo Alto or this local region?
Oh, most definitely. We've been around for 30 years, developed, I think, close to 3,000 units of apartments, Palo Alto as well. And we're working on multiple projects in Palo Alto right now.
Okay.
And so we may see you again shortly on a couple other projects.
So the question I have is, when you develop, what method do you use usually of your development as far as the contracting? I'm assuming you don't self-perform all the construction?
We are hired as a developer for this project, and we hire general contractors, third party, to build most of the bigger projects. We do have an in-house contracting arm as well. For smaller projects, we occasionally do that.
And so do you usually do that work with just the lowest bid contractor, or is it often negotiated with your preferred subcontractors that you work with frequently?
Well, first off, it's working with trusted contractors in the region, some of the biggest names, and you can look them up online. So our history is very strong with the contracting community, and once we select the general contractor, then they start to then go out to the subcontract base. So it's a pretty true and tried and true project design, bid, build program.
And that's exactly where I'm getting at. So when you pick your general contractor, we all know there's multiple ways you can do it. Pick a name out of a hat, take the lowest name or number on there. What I'm asking is because the quality of the construction ends up being vastly different. There's obviously tons of games that happen with low bid contracting versus when you're doing higher quality negotiated contracting. So what I'm getting at is, the highest quality is when you have the apprentice building trades. And that's what I'm asking you. Do you usually work with the apprentice building trades, or you don't reach down to that level? It's just whoever they bring into work?
Oh, no, a certain percentage of our projects have a percentage of the trades in every project. So every project's unique. I will say we're working for the Giovanotto family, who has 60, 70-year history in Palo Alto. So this is a project that's not a merchant build. We're not going to build it and sell it. We're here for the long game. The Giovanottos are here to own this project for generations, and so quality is of the utmost importance.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. This is a question for staff. Just following up on Commissioner G's questions, are there any implications or considerations that we should have as a commission based on if the proposed merger of the parcels is approved? For example, once that's approved, then it's on some kind of fast track or not on a fast track. Like, can you help us understand if there's any implications that are on track or not on track if this approval goes through?
I will start with an answer, but I'll invite my colleague here to supplement if appropriate. This, as previously stated, this application for a tentative map to merge these parcels is actually part of a package of multiple applications, one of which is for the redevelopment of the site. What is before you tonight is just the request to merge the properties. But as you will see on the city's website, there are designs for a new building to go onto the site. This is one of the steps required because of more recent streamlined housing process. The building itself just goes to the Architectural Review Board. Because it is a builder's remedy project, we are then taking it to council, plus this lot merger would go to council for approval as well. So it is a critical component of being able to build the building that is proposed, because construction over property lines is not something that is allowed by the building department. However, we are asking that the Planning and Transportation Commission tonight make a recommendation on the proposed tentative map, up or down, based on the required findings. because there is a limit on the number of hearings that can be held on this type of project. And so
Right.
we need a recommendation so that we can move forward to council.
But
so
I'm
that
going to
decision can
simplify
be made.
that, and you can react if I have it oversimplified. But this is our only bite at this apple.
Correct.
I think it's really important for us to know, and I don't think it was clearly, I mean, I understood everything you said, but I don't think that simple way to state it was coming through, and it's really important for us to make sure that we're clear. I can understand why someone might want to stay with the details, but it's important for us to know, because while we might be interested in talking about this and coming back, if we don't get to come back, then that really complicates this discussion tonight. So I'm really glad that the developer is here and we can answer questions for us, because we're going to have a lot more than you think.
So that is correct, that this is your one bite at the apple, and with this project, your purview is the lot merger.
Understand? And
And
I
you
guess
may
we'll have a lot
ask
of questions
questions
about the
about
lot merger if that's the way you're going to play it. Like, it's very frustrating for us, because I understand what you're saying from the legal perspective, that this is where we get to do it, but also you're handing us something that is half-baked, and we don't get to have any kind of understanding of the implications of our decision. And so it's on us to also try and think it through and guess. And fortunately, we have the applicant here and we have staff here, but it is an uncomfortable situation. And it's worth pointing out that this is an uncomfortable situation, because maybe one day somebody will want to try and fix it. And it's okay that this is what we have to do now, but we have to also be really transparent with the people that are here, that there's a limit to what we're able to do, and also what's happening next. And I'm really glad you brought up that they'll have an opportunity to speak at council, because they won't have an opportunity here. And we also have to make sure that our comments within scope are made tonight.
If it would be helpful, one final note, that because the only part of this project that is coming to you is this lot merger, we do expect to have public comment, and you have seen written public comment, I believe, with concerns about the development project itself. And so those public comment, will be shared tonight, and will be shared with council when they look at the development itself. It is very difficult, and we understand, to separate a lot merger when that's the only component of a future development that is coming to you. And I would invite the Planning and Transportation Commission, if there are things that you have seen that are of concern that you want to make sure the council is looking at when they look at the development itself, we would welcome those comments tonight. But I also will come back and remind the Planning and Transportation Commission that your purview tonight is just the lot merger. It's not the development on the site, and that we have a second item on our agenda as well. And so we want to be
Oh, you're
efficient.
so optimistic. I love it.
We want to be efficient and pointed with our time, given the items we want to get through tonight.
Definitely. Thank you for going through that. And one last question, since you're on, and I got you all riled up, so apologize for that. I would ask you to just state for the people here who are trying to understand this process is different. Who is the body that decided that we get one bite at this apple? Is that the council or is that the state?
It's a combination of things, but I will invite Albert Yang, the attorney, to speak up if he'd like to add anything. Yeah, go ahead. I'll pass that off to him.
Yeah, it is largely the state. Several years ago, the state passed one of their many sets of housing bills, and one of those, SB 330, limited the city to 5 total hearings, including all appeals and continued hearings for certain housing projects. And so the city staff have looked at, the various bodies that need to see this item, and have mapped out where how many hearings we can have where.
Makes
On top
total
of that,
sense. Yeah.
yeah, on top of that, this project is utilizing a very recent law, AB 130, which requires the city to make its decision in a very short time frame. And so that further limits, how many hearings we can schedule and fit into that time frame.
Thank you so much for answering that question thoroughly. I think it's important because I'm hoping that this will be included, this questioning will be included in the minutes or in the presentation the staff write up to council. The reason is, we're sorry we won't have a chance to work with you to make this project better for Palo Alto. You're going to do the best you can. You're going to get the hearings that you deserve, all of those things. But one of the things that we have been able to do that is the blessing side, right? It's a blessing and a curse, the Palo Alto process. But the blessing side is we usually are able to make the project more palatable to the community. And so that increases the likelihood that by the time it gets to council, that it's going to pass. I regret that we're not going to have the opportunity to do that here, but I really hope that people in the community will reach out and give you the feedback so that you can have a really good package by the time it is ready to move forward. So with that said, that's the end of my technical questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson.
I remembered the last question I had for the applicant. Is there retail space built into this, or is this pure residential, I think?
It's a pure residential project.
Okay. Is it still open on the table that you might put retail in, or is it?
I'll tell you,
decision's made?
we do mixed-use projects all over the place.
Right.
But we're building Sunnyvale downtown right now. Retail works in great locations, and it does not work in other locations. And we definitely looked at it early on this project, and we did not get good responses from all the retailers, the retail brokers, and the like. So no, this is not a great retail location.
I will hand it to you that might be the most retail vacant space on all of El Camino I've ever seen. Yeah. It stands out. It's so bad. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner G.
Sorry, last one for staff. Following up on Commissioner, I literally forgot his name. Following up on Commissioner Peterson's question, I was wondering, because on slide 2, you had mentioned that there will be no zoning changes. However, it looks like there will be no commercial on this property anymore, so I was curious about that.
Right, so there is no zoning changes. The underlying zoning districts would remain. In each of those districts, residential uses are a permitted use, as well as the expanded El Camino Real focus area that allows for higher density housing, which this property, all 7 of the parcels were identified in and approved by council, so.
All right, Albert, do you want to chime in there?
Yeah, I would just add that because this project is proceeding under the builder's remedy in state housing laws, they can be inconsistent with our zoning. And that's not a basis for the city to deny the project. So no change in the zoning is necessary because as a builder's remedy project, it doesn't need to comply with our zoning.
Thank you.
Any last questions of the applicant before we move to public comment? No? All right, you will have an opportunity to speak after public comment as well. Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests to comment?
Through the chair, at the moment, we do have 6 requests to speak, and I do want to invite, if there's any members of the public on Zoom that would like to speak, to raise their hands. But with that being said, I want to welcome our first speaker, Penny B, to the mic.
Excuse me just a second. Any groups?
No groups.
Okay, we'll retain the 3-minute limit then.
Okay, and then after Penny B will be Carrie J. Penny, you may now speak.
My name is Penny Brennan. I live in the Ventura neighborhood of Palo Alto. I urge you to vote no on the merging of 7 parcels of land to create the footprint for this project. The proposed building is too high, too dense, and too poorly planned with respect to entries and exits to be safe for residents in the surrounding Barron Park and Ventura neighborhoods. I have two key concerns about the safety of this building. First, the building's designers have cited its main entry exit on Matadero Avenue near the intersection of El Camino and Matadero Avenues. Along its spans from El Camino to Bull Park, Matadero is a narrow two-lane road with no sidewalks and little parking. The placement of the main exit entry of a 7-story, 321-unit building on Matadero Avenue represents a significant safety hazard. Every one of the building's more than 300 vehicles and those of their visitors, as well as delivery trucks, service providers, Ubers, Lyfts, building maintenance, and other vehicles will have to enter and exit the building through this Matadero main entry exit. This placement is going to lead to significant, dangerous traffic problems, such as heavy congestion and backups along Matadero and El Camino, and increased volume of often speeding cars seeking U-turn opportunities in the narrow Barron Park streets behind the 3606 building. My biggest concern is for the safety of bicyclists, most of them children who must cross the El Camino-Matadero intersection to travel down narrow Matadero, then narrow, often winding Barron Park streets to reach their destinations of Barron Park Elementary, Fletcher Middle, and Gunn High Schools. This intersection is already harrowing, and biking through Barron Park streets already dangerous for the children who commute to these schools. The increased volume of vehicles and traffic problems caused by 3606 El Camino are going to vastly increase this danger. Second, I'm concerned about earthquake and fire safety risks posed by the proposed project. To what extent might neighboring and nearby residents in 1- to 2-story homes be put at risk of physical harm by catastrophic earthquake and fire events in the proposed 7-story, 321-unit building? How might firefighting and other emergency services be hampered by the height, density, poor egress, and narrow streets surrounding the 3606 building? How much does this building endanger the lives and safety of its Ventura and Barron Park neighbors by placing excessive burden on existing emergency services resources allotted to this region of Palo Alto? Thank you very much for considering my concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan.
Our next speaker is Carrie J., followed by Star T.
Hello, my name is Carrie Jung. I'm a resident. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Carrie Jung. I'm a resident of Barron Park, and I'm also a local teacher. And I first want to start with, I'm very excited to see the high-density housing coming into Palo Alto. I think it's really needed. I support that along El Camino, and even the proposed building right now, the lot parcels that are proposed to be merged along El Camino seem like a great idea. What I'm really concerned about is the proposal for parcels to be merged on Kendall Avenue. If you haven't been to Kendall, I really ask you to go down before you check, you make this vote. Kendall is a tiny street. It's, you have to pull over to let a car go by, and the proposed exit and entrance for this building is on the curve of Kendall. Kendall's a safe routes to school street, so kids use the street regularly to to ride their bikes, and pedestrians walk on the street a lot. So they're gonna be coming around a curve. Cars are gonna be coming out, and because this building is so large and it has minimal setbacks, cars are gonna be pulling out right onto the sidewalk where kids are riding or walking. So it's going to have very low visibility. I'm really nervous about the safety of this project. It seems like it's an accident waiting to happen. And I really don't know how it was dubbed for site suitable for proposed density. It does not, Kendall Avenue, like El Camino, definitely. But Kendall Avenue is not suitable for high-density housing at all. And it also really goes against, like I know AB 3177 is supposed to be exactly for these situations where we have the builder's remedy, but there's major safety concerns. So like I said, I completely support that high-density, large housing on El Camino. I think it's really great and it's really needed. But when we have the entrances and exits going onto these tiny little streets where we have pedestrians regularly using them to bypass like the larger streets around, we're really, really setting up a disaster for our local students. So please, please consider looking at those mergers of those back parcels. Again, totally support that front El Camino. Get this high-density housing into Palo Alto. We need it, but not when it's affecting our safe routes to school, when it's jeopardizing our children. So please really look into it and visit the site. Please visit it, because the plans do not capture how small, how narrow Kendall Avenue is. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Star T, followed by Oscar M.
Good evening. Thank you, as always, for serving our city, especially in these confusing and frustrating housing times. I, too, am very supportive of high-density housing, and it's actually exciting for Barron Park to get some development and to fix some of the blight that's been there. However, I am shocked that there has been no mention from our staff about safety on this project. To my knowledge, maybe it has been. I have not heard anything as far as I've followed. So let me list 3 things that I think should happen. And I know that you are only approving the consolidation of the lots, but we need we need an opportunity to talk, and this is one. First of all, there should be a traffic study for this area. And although it should be on 3606, it should also consider 3400 and 3781. All of these developments are working together with traffic and really critical. There are some major changes that need to happen. A U-turn at Kendall, for example. Secondly, there should be a main entrance created on El Camino. And I understand that we have an objective standard which has stated that that the city wants entrances on side streets. There should have been a clause in that said, unless it is deemed necessary due to safety or some other reason to put it on the front, the El Camino Real. San Mateo has this sort of clause in theirs. To lock ourselves into one objective standard without considering the options is, to me, ridiculous. Every situation is going to be a little bit different, so we should have some flexibility with that. Thirdly, I hadn't thought about this before, but I really think maybe this is a case for AB 3177 land dedication. Barron Park is a very landlocked neighborhood. AB 3177 allows you, or the city council, to require a dedicated service lane. And if the developer is insistent on this particular development at this lot, then I think it needs to, that needs to be considered. Barron Park is a street, as it's been mentioned, no bike lane, no sidewalks, no bike lanes. It's shared by people in taking their preschoolers. I saw a woman walking with her walker on the street. The river is on one side, so there's no shoulder. I ride it every day. And it is just ridiculous that there would be no consideration for the traffic and safety of people on the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Star.
Our next speaker is Oscar M., followed by Chris J.
All right. Good evening, esteemed members of the PTC. Thank you for giving me the time to speak tonight. My name is Oscar Mazariegos. I'm a field representative with the Carpenters Union out of Local 405, which represents Santa Clara County. We represent approximately 57,000 members in our region, but more specifically, the 5,700 members from Local 405. So I am here tonight because after multiple attempts of reaching out to the applicant, we have gotten a response. Tonight, as you consider this item for the merger of the parcels for much-needed housing, I urge you to also consider how this project will be built and who will be building it. We are in no shape or form against housing. We just want it to be built without taking advantage of the workforce. Housing is not just about units and numbers. It's about people, both the families who will be one day living in these homes, but also the men and women who will be constructing them. That is why choosing a responsible general contractor is very critical. A responsible contractor is one who values the workforce and invests in them, one who ensures workforce or workers are paid area standard wages and they can afford to live in the communities they work in. One who provides health and welfare benefits so workers can care for themselves and their families, and one who offers retirement security so that after decades of physical demanding work, these tradespeople can retire with dignity. Equally important is the strong apprenticeship program, one that creates pathways for young men and women to enter the trades, gain skills, earn while they learn, and become the next generation of highly trained craftsmen and women. These programs don't just build careers, they build safe job sites, higher quality projects, and strong local economies. So as you move forward with this housing project, I respectfully ask that you prioritize responsible contractors who uphold these standards. Doing this ensures this project delivers not only housing, but long-term value for workers, families, and the community as a whole. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Chris J., followed by Scott A. on Zoom.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I just want to reiterate some of the same concerns that have already been stated about the safety of this project, specifically to cyclists and pedestrians. Again, please take 15 minutes, go south to this site between especially Kendall and Matadero, the two affected streets. Specifically Kendall, it's literally, you have to be very careful passing. And you've got the Mexican restaurant El Garance right there. I saw the plans and the beautiful pictures and the renderings in the packet, and they really are kind of deceptive because they don't show the scale of the surrounding area. And so I'm really concerned about the entrances and exits too. There's just, I don't know if you've been to Redwood City, the movie theater there has an entrance to the parking garage, and basically you come out, and I know that this isn't going to have underground parking, but you're basically driving out onto the sidewalk. And during the times where there's going to be a lot of kids in the mornings and afternoons, that's a really big concern to me. Not to mention just, it doesn't sound like there's been a transportation traffic study. And I think we really need that because we're just going to open ourselves to a huge problem in the future. And again, I also want to say, I think it's a great thing to have high-density housing, especially along El Camino, and especially, some of these areas that are, just vacant right now. It's a great opportunity, but I think we really need to do it right the first time so we don't open ourselves to trouble later. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers what I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And through the chair, I just wanted to ask, while Scott was speaking, there was one more additional hand that was raised on Zoom. I wanted to ask your direction on that.
Let's hear that comment as well, please.
Yeah, sounds good. Then I will, our next speaker will be Scott A. Scott, you may now speak.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, thanks for having me in. I am calling from Milan. I decided to come over to watch some hockey, and it's a little late here, so excuse me if I'm if not coming through clear. But yeah, so I'm a Barron Park neighborhood guy. I am the current PTA president of Fletcher Middle School, and I just wanted to share a couple stories and observations. One is that my son, he's a sixth grader. He goes to Fletcher now. He used to go to Barron Park, but he rides his bike and he almost got hit twice on Matadero in El Camino. One time was a BMW where the crossing guard pulled him out of the way, and then the other time was a purple car. But like literally almost got hit twice in that area. So I'm going to talk about some of the safety concerns there. Prior to, and then another story, prior to being a PTA president at Fletcher, I was a PTA president at Barron Park Elementary, and it was crazy. One day to school, I was driving to school, and I like first day of school, I almost hit some kids that were walking across the street, and like first day being PTA president, and like, man, that would not look good. So I just want to draw attention to that. There's a lot of kids in this neighborhood. There's near misses. There's probably some actual hits that are reported too. So asking for a safety study makes a lot of sense, I think. And then to the point about the TSRs and the Safe Route to School, these are, I think you're aware of it, these are programs that are run by the city, and they prescribe routes for the kids to ride their bikes on. These go right by Kendall and right by Matadero, which are really narrow streets. So that's what the city's suggesting the kids ride down. And I'm a biker myself, and I know where it's the way to get to Fletcher and to Barron Park and to Gunn. So that's the right way to get through. And then what in my professional life, I work construction, more on the technology side than moving stuff. So seeing some of the drawings there on page three, whatever, it's easy to miss that the streets are narrow, and it's also easy to miss that the exits of the buildings are onto Kendall and Matadero. You have to look closely to see where the driveways are, and drop-in cars onto those streets are, of course, going to bring more traffic. And then you ask yourself, what would I take, the side streets, or would I take El Camino if I had the choice? And it's easy to look at the time constraints. If you're waiting for a minute, 30 seconds, or maybe 2 minutes trying to get on El Camino on one of these red lights, it's a lot better bet to just go and run through the neighborhood. And you can do a Google Maps search or Google Maps study, see how long it takes to get to, say, Fletcher to Foothills and Arrestadero, just up in that southwest direction. And if you're a car and you have the option to go on the streets, you're going to go, and you're worried for time, you're going to go on the streets. And just thinking with my little story, when I almost ran into those kids crossing the street, that's like
Thank you.
where
This concludes your time.
a lot of kids are. Yeah. So yeah, that's my comment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Our next speaker is Winter. Winter, you may now speak.
Thank you. I just jumped into the meeting. I had just a few points to make, all about one subject, which is ingress and egress on Matadero, or for that matter, on Kendall. Barron Park, as maybe didn't become part of Palo Alto until the mid-'70s, the unincorporated county area before that. We're an odd little neighborhood, a cul-de-sac. You can come in from El Camino, but you can't go out in the back. And so we're this little kind of peninsula or little island. And because of being such a strange little neighborhood, we have a number of streets that are extremely narrow and weird, and they are right off of El Camino. So here are my points. I know the situation well because Creekside is right across the street, right across Matadero, Creekside Inn, from this project. And so I know a lot about the Creekside development, which is going to be, they're proposing 200 and some units of housing and some other stuff. So they're going to be very near each other, with just across the street from each other. And so it's going to be multi-impact in terms of the street of Matadero Avenue. So my husband and I measured this street, Matadero Avenue, and it's 100 feet. For the first 100 feet, it's a normal width. And sorry, I can't quite remember, but it's 25 feet or something. But that's only for 100 feet. And then it narrows down to 17 feet for the entire rest of the way until it goes up to Bowl Park. And so it's extremely narrow. And it cannot be widened because of city infrastructure, and Matadero Creek literally comes within a very, very few feet, 6 or 8 feet of Matadero. So you have a very narrow street. And at the end of it is the pedestrian bike path that goes from Los Altos behind Gunn, Stanford Research Park into Stanford. And so there's a lot of bike traffic that wants to be on there. You can't turn right on Red onto El Camino from Matadero anymore. And so for these reasons, the ingress and egress just cannot be on Matadero. It can't be on Matadero at Creekside Inn. If that gets developed, as you know, there's a preliminary application in, and it cannot be on Matadero for the
Thank
project.
you. That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dellenbach. Do we have any other requests to speak?
To the chair, there's no more raised hands on Zoom, and I have no more public comment cards.
Very good. You are free to respond to any of the public comments if you would like. We may have additional questions to ask of you as well.
Sure. Yeah, so although the questions were more related to the project than the map, I think it is a good opportunity to say a couple words here. First of all, we have the same goal here and outcome, which is the safety of every person, pedestrian, guest, resident to our building. Not only people entering with cars, people entering the pedestrian entrances, and certainly all the visitors and all the people that are passing on the two streets. First off, I think it should be acknowledged that we're actually this new project would actually complete the sidewalks at those two streets where there aren't sidewalks or safe passage there right now. So the first thing is we're going to create really nice, safe, wide sidewalks, 8-10 feet wide. Those are wider than most that you'll see around town. The second thing is we did space and we provided the two entrances on purpose, and that is to make sure that one entrance and one location did not take the full burden of the traffic. And that is always a good plan. And most projects, most sites do not have that opportunity. That is a very good one. But there are a lot of projects that we can point to. And by the way, when we come back to City Council, we'll make sure we address this and maybe even present more of a presentation on this. But we can show you examples of where we've built in urban areas and have garages that, reference the Redwood City, parking garage that's very, very high traffic. We can do a lot of things to make these very safe entrances. And a couple things, when you think about pedestrians that are passing by, not only the sidewalks that we're creating, these extremely large vision triangles and signage that we can place on the outside to make sure that people know that this is a garage entrance. There's visual and audible warnings that can happen when gates go up and when cars come to a certain point. And on the inside, there's things that we can do to make sure that the cars also have the same thing. That we can put a stop sign there, we can put signs about pedestrians potentially coming, we can put the convex mirrors that show people, you can see around corners. And remember, I really should have started this, that we are going to provide a transportation study, and that will be a condition of approval. And all of these items that I'm talking about will be outlined by a professional that will make sure, because again, we're building this project for the long term. We do not want accidents and unsafe conditions, certainly for any visitors, any of the neighborhood, or any of the future residents and guests of our projects. So there's a lot of great things that we can do to make sure, and certainly the study will help, but again, it's going to take a little bit of that kind of input from the experts, and as well as city staff reviewing that stuff. So again, we are aligned in a lot of these concerns.
Thank you very much for that. I believe it is time to open up the commission discussion. I have Commissioner Templeton, then Peterson, then Heckman, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the public for the excellent comments. I see a lot of neighbors out here and on Zoom, and I really appreciate the way you've characterized what it's like to drive in our neighborhood on Matadero. Also in Ventura, I used to live on Margarita, which becomes Matadero when you cross the street. And I still live in Barron Park, so I have a lot of familiarity with the problems that you're mentioning. My daughter and I drive on Kindle to get to her friend's house, so for many years. So I understand that. I'm excited about the idea of this project, and I think that the developer is going to struggle to address these needs without at least one round with us. I don't know if maybe the staff can tell us, is the ARB going to speak on behalf of the city in terms of questioning about the streets, the access, the sidewalks, and the things that the Planning Commission usually does?
If I may, so this project did go before the Architectural Review Board, the actual development of that 321-unit residential building back in December, and that was just one meeting, and it is moving forward to City Council.
Did they ask about any of these kinds of transportation-related questions?
There was feedback regarding the garage and the screening of garages along those side streets, as well as the placement of ingress and egress on the site. So
no. Okay. Thank you for letting me know about that. I hope that the Transportation Department, who isn't here for us to ask questions and to gain security and confidence about moving forward with this project, has had a chance to look at it. We have not been able to hear their feedback. And I think everything that the neighbors have brought up in the community, and indeed even the developer has brought up, and the ARB, hasn't been addressed, and we're making this decision in the absence of that information. So while technically we can, I don't know how responsible it is. And I just want to go on record saying that I feel extremely uncomfortable with us being given part of the information when we have a lot of things to offer to improve this. That said, I know why you've done it, and it's not a personal comment. I understand we're trying to comply with state law. Regarding Kendall, I hope that the city will work with the developer and with the neighbors to identify how to address this in the most reasonable possible manner. I assume there are houses. Is it only commercial property, or are there houses across the street from Kendall at that location? I'm trying to remember. I think there's a store at least, but I don't know if there's homes.
as you go down Kendall, residential development appears, but as it's centered along El Camino, there's commercial.
Has it been discussed at all by the city to somehow make that development go in and out on Kendall and have people that would use Kendall from the other part of the neighborhood to go other ways? Is that something that's been looked at?
If I may, just to go back to kind of the comment that Commissioner G had mentioned at the start of this discussion, trying to center the conversation regarding those 7 findings in the attachment B.
Oh, I'm going to do that. So why don't I reset? Yeah. I'm not going to find these findings unless I get these answers about whether or not the site is suitable. And whether you can get in and out of this lot with the development hinges, that my decision is hinged on that, because these things that have been brought up are a serious concern for the life and safety of the residents and the school children in the neighborhood, also the future residents of this, hopefully, this development that will get built. So I'm not trying to go outside of scope. I definitely hear you on that. But as I'm looking at the findings, I think we need answers to these questions in order to make them. So I'm hopeful that asking these questions will help me get comfortable with our approach so that I can make the findings. I know that's tough. I know, I understand that this is not we were not planning to spend all this time, but this is the situation we're in. We have these plans in the state they're in with the conversation level that we've had, and it's up to us to find the findings based on that lack of information. So that's why we're asking more questions than maybe you anticipated, and I'm sorry about that.
And I understand how difficult this is, because it does feel like the process is being fragmented.
Circumvented.
However, a lot merger of this sort could have been proposed without any details of development being proposed. And so because the development is not what's being reviewed tonight, I understand that it feels incomplete, because that was going through a different review with final decision.
So let's take a quick look at the site is not physically suitable for the type of development. How do we make that decision in absence of information about the development?
Great question. So,
I'm sorry, guys.
You're fine.
I know everyone here has the best intentions. You heard even the public is excited about having more housing like this in Palo Alto. That's not the question, but we do have to make our decisions. That's what you've asked us to do, and we're trying to figure it out. And guys, if we need to, Chair, if we need to rotate, if I'm taking too much time, let me know, but this is the kind of question that's in my head, and I'm struggling with it.
right, so I can definitely take a stab at that, and I believe that our council as well can maybe weigh in on some of those findings and kind of the narrow scope for a vesting tentative map.
Sure.
So if we're referring to findings 3 and 4, addressing the first one, or should I say the last 4, would be the density of the site. So the density is identified in the El Camino Real focus area. And
The density that was like, what, 37? Is that what you mean?
no. So there's projected housing inventory sites. So those have an anticipated number for development. As for the density, that would be garnered from the zoning, and the property as proposed would meet those requirements in the El Camino Real focus area and those standards. So the site is suitable for the density and was identified for a high-density housing project. For moving on to number 3, for the suitability of the development, that would be looking at either the lot width, depth, the area, and whether that could tie into accommodating, say, that following finding with the density.
Thank you. I see where you're going with that, and I'm going to push back a little to make sure we're talking this through, but is there any, it sounds like from your perspective, you're like, there's no discretion here, just do it, it checks the boxes. Where's the discretion? Why is it in front of us?
Counselor, do you have something to add?
Yeah, so, this item is here tonight because our code requires vesting tentative maps to be considered by the Planning Commission and then by the City Council.
And what are we allowed to consider, Mr. Yang?
Yeah, typically you would be asked to exercise your discretion in making these findings. And,
That's right.
And technically that is also what you're being asked to do tonight.
I agree.
That said, because this project is subject to the builder's remedy, even if we don't make these findings, even if we, are unable to make these findings, we must still approve the project and the subdivision.
Who is we that must still approve? The City Council?
The city, yes, the City Council.
Right. Okay, so we can make our findings and it won't have any bearing on what the council needs to do.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. That's my questions for now.
Commissioner Peterson, followed by Commissioners Heckman and Chang, Vice Chair Chang.
So I would like to reiterate everything that Commissioner Templeton said, which I think was summed up with the term circumvented. Just to say, I agree. I'm feeling also uncomfortable, but I also understand it's builder's remedy. I guess that's builder's remedy is uncomfortable. So my questions that I have here, first, and we started talking about it a minute ago here, where we talked about the El Camino plan. So we have an El Camino plan, and can we go over in a little bit more detail, how does this lot mesh with the El Camino plan? Because in the, we really haven't been given a packet to review. We've got a lot planned with parking lot lines on it, I guess. And so how does this overlay with our El Camino plan?
So I'll start just by saying that you haven't been given a lot to review because the proposed development is not what you're reviewing today. You're reviewing the question of merging these lots. And so the lot size is something that is appropriate per our regulations. The El Camino Real plan, those additional rules for that area are more about the development, not about the parcel itself.
You've reminded us 4 times now.
Yep.
I think everybody is duly understands this. So my question is still the same.
So if we direct our attention to the packet page 13, regarding that zoning compliance that lays out the process that Assistant Director Armour was detailing of how those areas were identified in the El Camino Real focus area. And in tandem with that is also identifying sites for, say, the proposed density. So that ties back into that finding 3 and 4 for sites that would be suitable for types of residential development. So, in short, council had identified this site as being suitable for a high-density housing project. As for those details and what that development would look like, that's up to a developer. It's an interesting situation that we have a builder's remedy project that is in conjunction with this vesting tentative map that extends the applicant some waivers and concessions from our zoning code and compliance with those standards. So it could create, in a lot of situations, a project that might be undesirable from deviating from certain standards that we have. So
I'm a little bit visual. Can we bring up the El Camino plan?
would you like to see the map?
Yes, I would like to see the map.
All right. Well, as noted by Assistant Director, we have the map that was recently approved, so we can pull that up. Bear with us.
Because I think this is actually in one of the splits where we did housing, high-density housing. There were sections that we set up, and I think this is somewhere in there.
I believe Vice Chair Chang has a quick interjection, if that's okay with you, Commissioner.
This is the history, and we actually added this site to the El Camino Real focus area. It was added. So for the context, to remind all of us, as well as for the members of the public who are here, the genesis of the El Camino Real focus area was because we had housing targets that we wanted to plan for, and where the focus area started was where we thought density was, where the density and the height were appropriate, that there was the infrastructure as well as it wouldn't impact the neighbors, like the residential neighbors. However, then when this came again and there were some modifications made, our hands were tied a little bit. And that was because we added several builder's remedy projects to the El Camino focus area. Not because we thought that those were great places for density. So I think that what's in the packet is maybe a little bit kind of too brief. Not necessarily because we thought that those were great spots for density, but because our hands were tied by builder's remedy applications. And given that, the best way for us, staff had presented to us that one of the best ways for us to exert some amount of control or to hopefully provide an alternative to the builder's remedy that might be a little less objectionable, that we could add it into the El Camino Real focus area until we agreed, okay, we'll do that. So that's kind of the context. So it's not that we thought, oh, this is the best place for that original density that was in the, for the initial El Camino Real focus area. But we're adding this in because our hands are tied due to builder's remedy as an alternative. So I think that's the context that I wanted to provide.
That's helpful.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And If we go to our municipal code, that would be 1814.020. So that's the housing element opportunity sites as well as those opportunity and focus areas. So this is one of those figures. So this would be figure 3. I've opened that up here. Apologies for the low resolution, but the project site would be where the cursor is located.
Give me 1 second. Let me.
This is actually an old figure that's on our code website. So we will need to find the updated map.
Can we put the map back up?
That's the old map. They're looking for the new map.
Oh, got it. It's that much.
Apologies. Thanks.
Okay. I've got the map here and I'm holding them side by side.
That's in the packet, so you can just pull it up, unless the packet.
That is the packet there.
know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Telling Doug.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was looking for in the packet. While you're doing that, is it okay if I go on to my next question, then we'll loop back?
Of course. Please go ahead.
So my second question of 3 questions is that these streets are narrow. I am familiar with this area from going to the Taqueria, which is incredibly popular, not less because of their wonderful dining area behind the building. This is one of the few streets in Palo Alto I'll walk down in the middle of. If I see a friend, I'm not concerned at all to just wave at them and walk in the shade of the trees. It is a very sleepy street. I am certain of that. I'm not sure if it fully has sidewalks even. I think it's the old county dirt side of the roads. I don't know why that street is so sleepy, because now that I look at the map, it's the only way to get to the entire side of North Barron Park, as best I can tell. In Matadero. I mean, I have photographs actually of me and my kids walking down the middle of that street doing a selfie. It's that lazy of a street. That we don't have a traffic plan seems to be a substantial oversight, because I'm not seeing at all how the traffic navigates that side of Barron Park at all. I'm not a traffic engineer in any way, shape, or form. But there is software that you punch these things in and add some exits and put how many, and it'll tell you just how big of a problem you're going to have there, or not a problem. So I definitely want to ask, what is the plan on the traffic plan?
I can definitely take a stab at that, and then the applicant as well, I think, has noted their intent is to provide that. It will be a condition of approval for the project development. As for the vesting tentative map, is back to the conversation of those 7 findings, if the site would be suitable for the density and if it could accommodate a building of that size. So I understand the concerns regarding that, but it is a little difficult to provide a nexus to that when it needs to be tied to those findings.
So I will add that the plan, because of the short timeline that the city has to make a decision on this project, the plan is to have that transportation study conducted and have a condition of approval that they comply with the recommendations of the transportation study. If it's not able to be completed before, a decision must be made by council. This is not the usual way that we process projects in Palo Alto, and so we understand that.
So if I understand correctly, I'm just putting it together here, we're required to do the traffic plan as part of our process, and because this bypasses CEQA, I'm going to get to my next question, is actually on the legislation. That's why we don't have a traffic plan submitted, because that would be more of like a CEQA type process. And so then we're supplementing by doing our own traffic plan?
So it is usually a request as part of CEQA. I don't believe the city will be doing the traffic plan. I believe that's something that's going to be required for the applicant to submit, to hire a traffic engineer or traffic professional, transportation professional to provide that study.
So it sounds like we have another meeting here just by the fact that we need to see a traffic plan.
Unfortunately, we cannot have additional meetings. That is another one of the limitations.
This is our one
by
shot.
state.
Okay, so
Correct.
I just imagine a traffic plan. which I can do, it's okay. Okay, so my third, did we get the map of the El Camino?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. So
Okay, we'll
I
look
was
back.
mistaken earlier. That map that staff was showing was the correct one. I just misread it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chair, can I just ask a quick follow-up question to the traffic thing? It's quick, I promise.
Yes, and let's
Does this
move on when we
traffic,
can.
does this traffic study, are you guys, it's going to include how to make people safe? Like that this will be safe? Safety was brought up a lot. So safety and traffic are separate things. I just want to make sure that that's going to be part of it. So
full disclosure, I definitely am not a traffic consultant or expertise in any of that, but based on other developments of this size and, say, proposed density, those traffic studies do evaluate whether, say, there's left turn warrants, whether there's a turning lane that may be required, or what queuing.
vehicular, bicycle,
Right.
pedestrian safety.
All of those items would be evaluated, so, in the course of, that study, so.
I really appreciate you adding your voice to the chorus of how much we miss our transportation people tonight. Thank you.
Okay, and then can you just give me a quick update and refresh my memory on the focus area on El Camino? I know we had focus areas within the focus area and then high-density areas. And we had a commercial piece in there where I think it was first floors had to be commercial ready.
I'll start by saying there are overlapping maps and plans
I understand this.
occurring here. So yes. So the two different things that I think you are referencing, one is the El Camino Real focus area, and that provided for additional development capacity, height changes in the setbacks and daylight planes, for example, to encourage development projects to come through the city's process rather than using state laws to override our regulations. The other was a map that was prepared for the retail preservation ordinance to designate which areas there would be more requirement for retail preservation versus site or areas where a partial replacement of existing retail would only be required. And so that's a different map. That was what I referenced in the presentation at the beginning, the new map that was recently approved with the different nodes, the retail nodes on El Camino.
So is this within the retail preservation on this one here was further up El Camino, right? And there was one further down. I'm going from memory. This one is not within a retail preservation?
Because of builder's remedy, they do not need to preserve any of the retail.
Got it. But I was just curious if we had identified this area for retail preservation. No. No, okay. It's across the street. Okay. And then that brings me to my third question. Thank you for just refreshing my memory on the maps. It would have been nice if we had the maps just side by side, but I know it's not necessarily required, so. Which brings me to the third question, which is what exactly is required? Can you just give me a quick tutorial? What is the builder's remedy? What is the state ordinance? Just the top three main points on the builder's remedy. I've read it, but I did hear this is something new, and the builder's remedy has changed. SB 8, there's a bunch of numbers floating in my head.
Yeah, so builder's remedy is a provision in the Housing Accountability Act, and that is a state law that limits the reasons that a city can have for denying a housing project. And specifically, when you have a housing project that provides a certain percentage of affordable housing, the reasons that a city can rely on to deny the project become much more limited. And once you have a project that qualifies for the builder's remedy, those reasons become even narrower. And so normally we would be able to rely on an inconsistency with our zoning or general plan as a reason for denying a project. That is no longer an allowable reason for a builder's remedy project. So our local standards that are contained in our zoning ordinance and the policies in our general plan are not constraints on a builder's remedy project.
And then, thank you, Mr. Yang. What exactly is the what would this would be building code, SB, or yeah? What's the number of the builder's remedy? Because it seems to be it's been changing.
So about, every year there are probably, 5 or 6 bills that amend the Housing Accountability Act in some way.
Yeah.
But that section of the code is always the government code section 65589.5.
65589.5.
That's right.
Okay, it'll probably do me good to remember that. Appreciate it. That is it, Chair.
And now I move to my right, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I'm going to, in this round, sort of go macro, and I've got a few details to talk about in a second round. To start, I'm going to ask staff to pull up finding number 6, and I have a question of Mr. Yang about that. Finding number 6.
Bear with me while I share my screen.
We have that on package page 19 for
Correct.
folks who are listening elsewhere.
Thank you. A lot of the discussion here has been about the limitations of scope we have, and so I'm wanting to drill down on that a little bit. And based upon everything we've heard in our discussions, it seems like finding number 6 is the place to sort of stake the discussion. And so that's why I want to sort of flesh out what these words from state law mean. And so, and I see this is there are 2 parts that we look, 2 things that we look at to determine if they are likely to cause serious public health problems. The first one is stated here, the design of the subdivision. And to me, that means the lines on the page. In this situation, we've got 7 parcels, so a bunch of lines, and we're basically erasing all the internal lines so that we just have one line around the outside. And I think that is what is meant by the design of the subdivision. Of course, these findings are more often used to take one parcel and break it into smaller pieces. And so that's where really this language comes from. The design is when you break up this one parcel, is that going to cause serious public health problem? But here, we're putting them together. So I wanted to first ask Mr. Yang if that's what is meant by design of the subdivision. It's the line, in this instance, where we're merging, the line around the outside.
That's correct. It's talking about the shape of the lot lines, right?
Okay.
And yeah.
All right, and then the second, and so we have to look at the shape of the parcel and ask if that shape is going to cause serious public health problems. Then we go to the or part of this, type of improvements. So on this one, Mr. Yang, does that mean when they use the word type, does that mean residential versus commercial or industrial? Does it mean a number of stories? Does it really mean design of improvements? Give us some guidance on that.
Yeah, I think that there's some room for interpretation and discretion there, but it would be more consistent with the Subdivision Map Act for this finding to be applied to the construction type and the use classification.
Okay. As contrasted with the particular design.
Correct.
Okay.
And as previously stated, often this is a subdivision where you might be creating new roads. And so those new roadways and sidewalks associated with the improvements, though the public improvements, are often the part that's being looked at when you're looking at a subdivision as well.
So the improvements required for the, like you said, if in a more normal subdivision, you're breaking land up and you're going to require certain improvements, the utilities run a certain way, the roads are laid out.
And access.
Access,
correct.
right, okay. Okay, so thank you for that. So I want to thank the neighbors neighbors of this property who have come to speak tonight, as well as those who appeared online from as far away as Italy. I think you can tell that the commission heard you, and that the concerns that you have expressed, I think you've heard those reverberating back from some of the members of the commission. It's often the case that projects have come before us, and a majority or all of the commission have felt that the developer could do better. And we've told them so. And on many of those occasions, the developer has gone away and changed some things and come back with a better project, right? And so that's the process working. Here, I think part of the frustration you're hearing expressed is we're constrained. Our hands are tied. While normally we can pick more directly at access issues and shadowing and height, those types of things, here we're looking at a flat map, basically. And any concerns we have to try to express have to fit into these 7 state law findings. And so that's the difficulty. And I think our job, as sympathetic as we may be, is to give our city council a supportable recommendation. And so I don't know how this is going to turn out, but if the map recommendation doesn't suit your purposes, no, that doesn't mean we don't wish we could do more. And again, I just don't know how it's going to turn out. So I'm going to stop there with that overview. I will say that given our limitations here, I have difficulty not making these 7 findings because of what these words mean and what I understand them to mean. Even though we do get to, it's interesting, although we're told we can't consider the project, but finding number 4 is the property suitable for the proposed density? And so there, I do think we have some latitude, but really the question is, can this property not fit a 321 unit building? And it can. And so even though that seems like an opening, I don't think properly applied it is. I'm expecting that one or more of my fellow commissioners may have a very different view, and so we're going to hear about that. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I would like to do is hear from Vice Chair Chang and then Commissioner G, and then I will wrap up the first round and we'll move on to another round of comments. All right, so Vice Chair Chang.
All right. Thank you, all the members of the public who've come to speak tonight. We really value your comments. I'm glad to hear that what I saw has been 100% corroborated by the neighbors. And whereas I think that the streets are often sleepy, but at 9:15 when I was there this morning, possibly because people are going to and from work or school, there were like 6 cars piled up on Matadera behind me as I was exiting and trying to go onto El Camino. So it's not always sleepy, but we would like it to always be sleepy. So I just have to say this, start off by saying the state has created a nightmare for us in this situation, and it breaks my heart to see this kind of thing happen. That's assuming we can't find ways to mitigate this, because while this, I'm so excited to see that vacant lots and kind of unattractive lots are going to turn into housing. That's great. But we have a circulation problem. We have an infrastructure challenge here. So, and because of the compressed timeline created by the laws, and as well as this particular application being a builder's remedy application, our hands are very much tied. That said, I'd say to my fellow commissioners, our hands are tied. So we are not, if we cannot make the findings, it may not ultimately change the outcome necessarily, but we don't have to make the findings if we can't make them, because we know that the project, just simply because the project is inevitable. What I would say is that I do think there are major safety concerns here. I mean, these 2 weeks have been hard. There was just actually another massive accident on the tracks, different outcome this time, thank goodness. And obviously, this is unrelated to the tracks, but student lives and student safety are really important. And for those of you who don't know, that's how I got involved with this commission. And so for context, Kendall and Matadero are the safe routes to school, and essentially the only ways for certain kids in Palo Alto to get to Barron Park. It is not to Barron Park Elementary School. It is not only the safe route to Matadero is not only Kendall's the safe route to school for both for Barron Park, both Kendall and Matadero. Matadero is also for the middle school and the high school. So, and I gave Mr. Tavera maps to pull up, so maybe Mr. Tavera can just pull up the Barron Park map so we can see what's going on here. And the problem that we have here is only going to get worse because of the El Camino Real focus area. I still think that that's the right place for housing, but I didn't, at the time we're making all these decisions, I didn't anticipate that there would be a builder's remedy project here, two actually builder's remedy projects on either side of Kendall. And so the only way for all those kids who are going to live in the housing in the El Camino Real focus area to get to their schools, and so we're talking about, I think thousands, over 1,000 units, thousands of units here, is going to be on these streets. And for context, Barron Park Elementary has somewhere between 200 to 230 students. This one single development is 331 units. So that's, that kind of shows sort of the scale of the problem as well as, just the magnitude of the problem. And then there's, the Creekside Inn project, and there's Palo Alto Square, there's ones across the street. There's just going to be many, many, many more. So I'm very concerned about this because I couldn't drive down the street today without slowing down and pulling over so another car could come the other direction. We are the Planning and Transportation Commission, and so even regardless of what happens with respect to making these findings, I think it's important that we make some recommendations so that council can understand our concerns. And I think that that's really critical that we do today. And the other couple, I have a whole bunch of notes here, but a couple of other things in the packet. We weren't told, I think maybe we didn't know at the time the packet was being written that the developer was considering adding easements, like official easements for the sidewalks. We could see the sidewalks on the plan, and we could see the easements in the cross section for the public access for the sidewalks. And so at a minimum, I'm hoping that we could formalize that. And it sounds like the developer is amenable to that. And so that might be an additional explicit condition of approval for easements, not just for the El Camino Real section, but also the sidewalks on either side. And thank you to the developer for including those sidewalks. I do think that that will help some. And so I'm just going to, I think that there may be some, as I was looking at this map, there may be a way where we could route traffic away from Kendall and onto Matadero, and then can we add a bike lane or something on Matadero? Because one of the things that the developer was talking about was pedestrians. There's also lots of bicyclists, like hordes of bicyclists for the high school that can come through at times. And so it's not just about the pedestrians, it's also about the bicyclists and about people being able to see bicyclists pass parked cars and all of that, as well as bicyclists needing to move into the opposing lane of traffic if there's delivery vehicles blocking us. So we need to think about all of those things. And then the final thing I wanted to say is that regarding the findings, I also looked at finding number 6, just as Commissioner Heckman did. And I appreciate that Mr. Yang said that there's some discretion how we can look at this. And, traditionally, if this were a condominium subdivision, we would be worried about the traffic flow of those streets. So it's kind of the reverse situation here. I'm still worried about the traffic flow in and out of the development. Now, I know that we're supposed to pretend that we didn't see the development, but that said, I can't unsee the driveways on Kendall and Matadero. And I also saw the public comment and staff's response to the public comment about how we have a comp plan, sorry, not a comp plan, we have objective standards that say that we want to keep the driveways off of El Camino. So kind of our own legislation in combination with this map, therefore would dictate that approving the map would necessitate ingress and egress on the side streets. And so I think we can solve this since we are the city and we can make exceptions. And since we can't really say no to the development as a whole, maybe the solution would be ingress and egress on El Camino. Unfortunately, because we haven't been given that option to study, nor is it really what we're being asked to do today. I'm not, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't have a recommendation to make specifically as to where the ingress and egress should be. All I know is that where it is right now is a problem. And so I ultimately don't think I'll be able to make finding number 6, even though we're just supposed to consider the map, because the map in combination with our own legislation or our own rules, the context makes it such that I don't think we have a safe situation. So, okay, that's it for me, for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. And I really want to thank the members of the public for taking their time. And as you have heard from all the other more eloquent commissioners than myself, I think you've been heard loud and clear. I also want to talk about how Commissioner Templeton, who kicked this off, and I both live pretty close to the development. Like, I myself live in Ventura, and the commission is incredibly tired of me talking about safe routes to school on El Camino Way, which is right where I live. And it is very difficult to imagine a more hazardous situation than that. As myself, I went through the K-12 public school system here at PUSD. I biked to school since I was in kindergarten, so I'm very familiar with the Safe Routes to School programs. And I'm very sympathetic about the issues that the fellow commissioners have discussed. Specifically, for myself, I've biked on Matadero, and especially with the bike connectivity and the BPTP updates that we want to have, we plan on probably seeing more people on Matadero when we have the bike tunnel, the South Palo Alto bike tunnel that will be connecting more through the neighborhood. And the other thing I also want to talk about is that although we are not able to see the whole plan, we are able to see some of the information on the vesting tentative map, such that the label for Kendall is 40 feet wide and that Matadero is 60 feet wide. But I guess I'm curious about where we think that most of the traffic is going to go, given that the plan actually shows that the wider egress, the 23-foot wide egress, is actually on Kendall and not on Matadero, as opposed to a 20-foot egress that we expect to see on Matadero. So it's a little bit interesting to have had a larger mouth at the smaller street. I also have thought a little bit about the TDM. I actually joined the PTC because I'm very interested in transportation problems. And one thing that I'd love to see in the transportation study that we do is to include the two other projected demand projects in the transportation study, right? We see that right now, this project is already pretty large relative to the community, and it will have some kind of impact. But we triple it, and all of a sudden we have a pretty intense network effect across all of the traffic that will be entering, exiting around the neighborhood. So that's something that I would like to have the developer think about when we have the transportation plan. I also am nervous about making finding number 6 specifically around the types of improvement in the safety, also because our comprehensive plan talks about, so policy T6.6 says use engineering, enforcement, educational tools to improve safety for all users on city roadways, particularly program T6.6.3, which says to work with PAUSD and employers to promote roadway safety for all users, including bikes, through educational programs and other road safety measurements. So that's something that concerns me. One thing that I did think about that it potentially is in scope for the vesting tentative map is the easements. We spent, the public probably heard a lot about our discussion on easements and our clarifying questions, and it's because that is one of the things that's in scope, I believe, for the vesting tentative map. And so I think different criteria that could be interesting to think about with regard to these easements could be adding some kind of bike infrastructure as part of the, like expanding the easement there. In looking at bike lanes across the state, bike lanes tend to be about 4 to 6 feet wide. I saw that you have an easement that is about 8 feet right now. I think that I would encourage you to work with members of the public about what you might want to see, if you might want to increase the easement from what it is right now, if you might want to say, hey, it's like the public is okay with maybe instead of like a 2-block sidewalk, having a 1-block sidewalk on a bike lane. I think that there's a lot of creative solutions that we can play around here. I'm particularly concerned about the Matadero side, mostly because that's where I expect increased bike traffic. Those will be my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to all of the commissioners. You have done an excellent job of encapsulating the issues that we're facing here. So I'm going to reference comments from all of you in one respect or another. As Commissioner Heckman noted, I think the crux of the decision for us is finding 6, the public safety. And I was particularly taken by Assistant Director Armour's observation about roads in subdivisions. So I might argue that part of what we're dealing with here is that the type of improvements that are being considered for this vesting tentative map are not adequate to support finding 6 for public safety. So it's not that the improvements that are being offered are wrong, it's that additional improvements that are needed are missing. So my inclination would be to say that I would have I might find negative finding 6 solely on that basis. What could be done there, Commissioner G has already touched on some of the options that are available. The easements could be, particularly on Matadero and Kendall, could be increased so that there is space for a bike lane, for example, or some other piece of infrastructure that would address the safety issues. There are creative things that we can do, including, I think at some places we have 4 feet for planting strips. I would certainly be willing to eliminate those in favor of a bike lane. So there may be options for fine tuning even without increasing the size of the easement. We can't, it isn't obvious to me that we could recommend that. We could pass that information along to staff in order to see if council would be willing to consider it. We could, in addition to our option to vote up or down on the recommendation, we could add conditions of approval. So I would like everybody to consider whether that might be a path forward for what we do next. And I think that's enough for me. I believe we have several commissioners who'd like to make the next round of comments. I believe Commissioner Templeton was first, then Heckman, then Peterson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff and to the applicant for listening to our probably somewhat unexpected discussion tonight, but I hope it has provided some useful insight, because those are exactly the kinds of things you're going to hear from council. So we hope that we're preparing you for that, and again, apologize based on the circumstances preventing us from giving you better, more refined feedback, having more time to look it through, but that's the situation we live in right now. So, yeah, I really appreciate the detailed questions from Commissioner Heckman that helped us kind of narrow down our commentary. Specifically, why don't we have new roads in this housing development? And what does new roads mean? It might not mean what it usually means, but it might mean expanding, widening the road that we have, doing some infrastructure investment, which the chairman and Commissioner G mentioned. So these are things we would love to have developed with you, but hopefully you can work that out. But for staff, the purpose of communicating our intentions and hopes to staff, safety is really important. It is extremely important to everyone in this neighborhood, everyone in this city, everyone who's going to be a resident of this city. Like, we have to, that is the responsibility that we have, is to work with staff and the public to understand what are the concerns, how do we mitigate them. So I really like the idea of having some conditions of approval to suggest to council. When, I don't know, can somebody please bring up Vice Chair Chang's slide again? One of the things that comes to mind for me, I know I've brought this up before, but I'm going to bring it up again because I've never brought it up in a planning context, only in a transportation context. But there was a time back, thank you, let's keep that up for now. There was a time back when I worked for Google where they rethought a lot of things about our local infrastructure on our campus as we acquired more buildings and as we brought different buildings together for the use of Google. So it's similar to this in terms of they eliminated some parking lots, they put in some bike lane infrastructure, some pedestrian infrastructure in ways we hadn't really thought about. So I'm gonna suggest that we think about connecting to the Ballpark bike path, bike and pedestrian path, through either Kendall or Matadero, potentially through or adjacent to, as some others have mentioned, the development. But if you are going to have beautification, maybe it goes through the development. I don't know. You guys can decide. It's your design, it's your property. But I really hope that we can do more separation of the bike lanes from the roadways as we move forward in our vision for this city. So that's a possibility. If we do end up using Kendall Avenue, we need to understand, what does that mean? I'm going to throw out a proposal that could be completely crazy, and we're not going to be able to talk about it. So take it up with council. But the idea of things we've done in the past with Bryant, we've put the bollards up to allow bikes to go through, but discourage cars to go through. Would that be something our community would be willing to put up with in order to get more infrastructure and kind of slow out down the conflict between the bikes and the cars? That's a possibility. That would also allow us to not have to create a new opening onto El Camino if that bollard separation was more inward towards the Barron Park neighborhood from El Camino, and then the driveway of the new property would go out towards the El Camino side and prevent new conflicts on that road. That's a possibility. Anyway, I hope that our transportation team is able to review this conversation and realize how seriously and how we take the work they do, and come up with better options to suggest before this goes to council, since they'll have an opportunity to study it that we won't. And that might mean coming in a little bit more from Matadero and Kendall so that you have more space for the roads. I don't know that the roads would come from your property or not. That's up to council. But seriously, we have to understand that creating Barron Park happened way before it was part of Palo Alto, but now we're putting a lot of burden on the growth of Palo Alto into Barron Park. And there's an infrastructure mismatch, because when we annexed Barron Park, we did not provide infrastructure. That was an intentional choice at the time because we kept it very rural, but as you may note, with this high density, it's no longer rural. We may need more infrastructure in order for it to be safe. And that does mean sidewalks. Again, thank you for the sidewalks. So I am not convinced that Finding 4 can be made without conditions of approval, but I would like to talk about infrastructure options for conditions of approval, and I would love to hear that from my fellow commissioners as we go forward. And then the health, like Vice Chair Cheng said, I also am finding it very difficult to contemplate the risks that we're putting to our children. My children have grown up in this neighborhood, and across the street in Ventura is where they were born. When I think about the kind of danger that they are in, it's really incumbent upon our city to improve the infrastructure when we're growing. So I don't want that to be interpreted to not wanting to grow. I am excited about the idea of these developments being put in places where we have all agreed. But separating the buildings from the infrastructure, specifically not having, we're being told that safety should not be a consideration in the zoning map, in the combining map. So I don't know why. I mean, it's right there. That's what we have to think about. So I don't know if that's something that we need to be more explicit about, if council wants to think about how this is worded. I wouldn't say that's a condition of approval. I don't know if that's a separate motion or if that's just a side note, but safety needs to be part of the conversation, and increasing the density of people in an area requires us to reconsider the safety of the neighboring roadways. So I'm hopeful that I hope that staff can come up with ideas on that, because we are not going to be able to help articulate that any better than tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
Turn my light on again. Sorry, you can turn me off. All right, some mostly quick points, some truly insignificant compared to the weight of what we're talking about tonight, but I want to go through them. First of all, in finding number 1, consistent with applicable general and specific plans, the first sentence of that finding reads that there is no adopted specific plan for that project site. So that's a sentence that I had asked be added to your form, and now apparently it has been, so I wanted to acknowledge staff for listening, and I promise never to bring that up again. Next point is in finding 2, it refers to 37 affordable units. The staff report refers to 38. I don't know which is correct, but as this goes to council, correct one or the other so they match, preferably with whatever the applicant is proposing. Let's see. Third point, and this is just sort of something for staff to cogitate on. I have dealt with single parcels in a single use with multiple zonings. It's a mess. And I think we had something that we dealt with a couple of years ago with that. And so at some point, the staff, I think, should think about whether it's in the long-term best interest that this parcel, once it's one parcel, should it be rezoned to a single designation, whatever designation that is. That's not something before us, and it's not something that's going to go to, I don't think it'll be before the council on this project, but in the long-range planning and consistency. Otherwise, I think in the future, when there's, whatever, somebody wants to remodel 25 years from now, and the rules for the back part of the building are different than the rules for the front part of the building because they have different zoning. And I don't know that that's desirable. So it's something for the staff to think about. I did want to note as the next point that this project is proposing, from what I read, more parking than required. So thank you, applicant, for that. That is frequently a problem we have to wrestle with. Next, the access to the side streets or El Camino Real. And this is, really where you're hearing a lot of the safety concerns. But I think that there is now, across the frontage here, a bike lane. Is there not? And as I'm looking at this map, which I'm glad is still up, on safe routes to school, well, you see there is no red line on El Camino, on any part of El Camino. The red dotted lines are, you can walk on the sidewalk. But what this flag to me is a couple of things. First, El Camino is now becoming a bike boulevard. And it's got, bollards and protections, and it is being designed to be a regional bikeway. And some of our kids are going to be on that. As well as, commuting adults. And two things occurred to me. One, I don't know enough to know in the long run whether having cars drive out onto El Camino across this dedicated regional bike lane is going to be more or less safe than sending them out in two directions where maybe there are fewer bikes, but the average age of those bikers is younger. I just don't have the information to weigh in on that, but it's the kind of thing that this project makes us daylight. And I do think now that Caltrans has done this, I suspect in the years to come, we're going to revisit some of these maps to see what, if any, part of this El Camino Bike Boulevard should, meets the qualifications to become safe routes. And I just don't know the answer to that. But that really is part of the struggle here, is to me, it's not automatic we should move the entrance onto El Camino because there's a direct conflict there. And then the final thing I want to mention is is, we're talking about possibly adding some conditions of approval, and maybe Mr. Yang wants to weigh in on sort of our latitude, the breadth that we can do that. We have a bunch of conditions of approval here, and as I look through them, the character of them really relates to what I would call subdivision improvements. Typical improvements associated with a subdivision, similar to what the assistant director was referring to. These are storm drains, utilities, lighting, interior roads if there are to be. Perhaps, kind of stretching it is the type of improvement. I think this is what is called a podium, but I'm not sure. It's like it's 5 floors of wood on top of concrete. And so is that type of construction, can that cause a serious public health problem? I think that particular kind of construction is pretty well established to be safe. So I think we'll hear from commissioners about what kind of conditions of approval they have, but I'm not sure that we have as much latitude there as we like in the context of considering a vesting tentative map. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson.
All right, so I'm in agreement with Commissioner Heckman, and so I have a question for staff. So I've just discovered this is a Victoria management project with VRent, is that correct? I'm seeing heads nod behind you.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm a tenant for 12 years with VRent. I know I'm one of the only commissioners, I think I'm the only renter. Commissioner Yee, maybe a renter. Okay, I'm the only, I'm the representative of all the renters of Palo Alto. I think we have 20,000 or something. And I also walk everywhere, and I can tell you VRent is a very walkable place. So I need some advice from staff on how do I proceed on that? Yeah, do I need to be recused from this topic? Yes, Mr. Yang.
No, you do not need to recuse for that reason.
So I'll stop. I was going to say this is the most beautiful project I've ever seen in my life. Anyway, so I do agree with all those points. So let me collect my thoughts real quick here. So I do agree with the traffic plan, and I did hear that there's limitations on how much we can do, but I do want to, say that I think this project would overall benefit because there are other large projects in the vicinity of it to do street improvements, and the street needs to be widened. And if nothing else, I mean, your building's going to be the bottleneck for that street access into the entire neighborhood. So I'm not necessarily a street planner, but it probably needs to be, turn lanes on that street or something like that to at least start widening it out. And then the other thought I wanted to say is to please speak with Oscar from the Carpenters Union. The Carpenters, because I was reading in the news here, you have, that's where I noticed the owner, this is a podium project with, a 5-story wood frame building. The Carpenters Union, last time I checked, they know how to nail boards together. And so the point is they have the training, I know you do steel frames now, they have the training center down in Morgan Hill. The carpenters have an incredible workforce in this region, apprentice, certified, you get a higher quality, higher productivity, but more importantly, you're giving back to the community as well. You're using the workforce that lives here, homeowners, renters, established members of the community. So the carpenters, I mean, you can see the carpenters are here. It's the idea is that we have a construction workforce here in the community that builds pretty much everything. Mostly a lot of the public works, but the private works as well is it's a big goal to try to be able to do that high quality construction. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to inject a quick comment here because Commissioner Templeton inspired this idea. For transportation's consideration at some indefinite point in the future, it may be worth looking at making Matadero and Kendall one-way in opposite directions in order to cut out a lane and use that lane for the extra safe bike infrastructure that we would like to have. And that could be done post-construction of this project. So it has a flexibility that may be of value. Vice Chair Chang. Oh, I apologize. I thought I saw your light on. All right. Any further comments, commissioners? Commissioner Templeton.
Did Mr. Yang want to weigh in on Commissioner Heckman's question about how we can structure our suggestions to council, either as conditions of approval or as separate line items in our motion?
Sure. So any conditions of approval, they are, the general rule is that you need to sort of have a nexus to the findings and why those conditions are, necessary for you to make the finding. Beyond that, for this project, because it is a builder's remedy project, the conditions cannot make the project infeasible. There's also the potential, staff will need to do a little bit more analysis on this one, but for some projects, the city cannot impose conditions that preclude the project from being constructed as proposed. So, we wouldn't be able to change elements of the design, for example.
Okay, so I think what we're trying to do, thank you for that feedback. What I think we're trying to do is suggest that council do these things with whatever mechanism is available to them that we don't know right now. So, for example, either they could ask the developer to widen the street and or the sidewalks and or add a bike lane, or they can decide to ask the Public Works Department to do it. But we're suggesting, and we want to record, I think, that these are the things we think will make this project successful if it goes forward in the community, right? So we're thinking about, we're trying to share these considerations that normally are part of our work, but that is going to be part of their work this time. So is there a structure, perhaps anyone from staff, if Mr. Yang has said his piece, like if there's a suggestion here how we move forward, because we want to structure it productively.
Thank you, and appreciate that you're trying to kind of work this in within the structure. What I would recommend is that when the PTC is crafting a motion, that if it is a motion for approval, that it include recommended modifications, changes, some of the things that you've stated. So for example, I've heard an interest in making sure that the easements on the sidewalk are shown on the map. That's an easy kind of correction that could be recommended. But then also there has been discussion about additional easements or infrastructure for bike lanes or widening the roads. And so I'll defer to Mr. Yang if he has an opinion, but I don't think the wording of whether you describe that as a condition of approval or a recommended modification, I don't know that that's critical, as long as it is listed as part of the changes that you are recommending.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, the only other just logistical question is, are we doing all 7 of these together? Are we doing one at a time? Or what's your thoughts on our process for ourselves and our voting?
Of the findings? Is the information of any use to further deliberations to do them individually?
Generally, it would be a single recommendation on the project. If there are any notes or modifications to the findings, that should be included as part of the motion. But, if the commission wishes to allow individual members to speak to their vote, I think that could also be allowed, even if it's not standard practice.
That sounds like a good solution to me. Is that appropriate, Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, I'm fine either way. Thank you.
All right, then eventually I will suggest that we structure this as a single vote on all the findings, and individual commissioners may speak to their votes. In the meantime, we have rearranged the list slightly. Vice Chair Chang? Okay, we seem to have eliminated 2 sets of comments. Good. All right, so given that we are going to be providing information through individual comments, it doesn't sound to me as if we need to craft a motion other than the staff's recommendation and then voting and speaking to our votes. Commissioner Templeton?
I'm worried that if we include our recommendations in the motion, they might not get passed.
I was specifically suggesting that the recommendations would not be in the motion.
I see. There's 2 different motions.
We could do it that way. Is that useful?
I would, I guess logistically and legally, open up to Mr. Yang if he'd like to add. We definitely need a motion with a recommendation on the project, which requires those findings. I don't see a problem with that, including recommended modifications as part of that motion, but I also think there could be some voting or straw poll in advance or afterwards.
I think what we're suggesting is that to split them up. In other words, because the recommendations can't really be conditions of approval.
My question is, it feels that these recommended changes that have been discussed for some commissioners might make the difference as to whether they can make the findings or not. And so if that is the case,
I didn't interpret it as changing whether they could make the findings or not, but changing on whether they might support the motion. Because if the motion includes both the recommendation on the map and the additional recommendations that are being discussed, then objecting to either of those might lead to the motion being voted down.
I can see that different opinions about what additional comments could potentially derail a decision passing a vote. It could be that a straw poll on those possible options could help you come to some consensus, but it's also, we could try a few motions. If a member of the commission would like to make a motion to make a recommendation on the project first, or the other way around, I think we can try some votes and see what passes. There's some flexibility on how you want to proceed. It looks like Commissioner Templeton might have a thought.
Yes, thank you. Is it still the position of staff that whether we make these findings or not, it will still go forward to council?
Correct. We will be bringing this to council, and in order to vote in favor, to recommend approval of the map, you would need to be able to state that you can make the findings. If you can't, then you would be voting to not recommend approval. But either way, we will bring whatever the recommendation is with the details as part of the staff report to council for their consideration on the project.
And I believe Commissioner Heckman has something to contribute here.
So I think one possible form of this motion, without sort of prejudging whether a majority of the commission will be able to make the findings or not, is to move the staff recommendation to recommend to the council that they approve the map, and also recommend that the council consider the following matters, and then list our concerns. You know, when I think if in the motion it's couched as consider, then it doesn't vitiate whichever direction the motion goes to, you know, on the map, up or down, but it gives them a roadmap to the kinds, so some of the issues that we felt we couldn't legislate, but maybe they can. And maybe staff being able to sit with those items, as this moves to council, they can look at that and give council some direction on whether they can legislate on any of those things. So that's just a suggestion for the form of the motion.
I find that appealing. All right, then I would like to proceed in that direction. And okay. Do I have a motion from anyone? If not, I will attempt to craft one on the fly. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm happy to tee it up. What I don't have are the individual recommendations, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the motion subject to the following things that council consider, and then I'm going to be quiet, and the commissioners can create a list, add to a list, and if there's any objection to anything on the list, which is hard to imagine because these are the only things we're going to ask council to consider. So hopefully, you know, there are no ideas that they shouldn't consider. And then after that list is culled, then maybe we get a second.
If I may suggest that you could make a motion to recommend approval, if that's your inclination, with consideration of additional matters, have a second, and then as suggestions are made, then the maker and the seconder can accept those additions?
So I was hoping to avoid having to, as the maker of the motion, I don't want to pass judgment on each one of these things, and that's why I was thinking if we just wait for the motion to form basically by group activity before a second, we don't have to go through the friendly amendment process. So if there's a legal reason that won't work, then we shouldn't do it. Otherwise, it seems like the most efficient way to get everything on the table.
I have gotten confirmation from Mr. Yang that this is acceptable.
Great.
Very good.
All right, so commissioners, are we ready for me to start this or not yet?
Commissioner
Pressing the
Templeton?
wrong button. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. Have we identified as 4 and 6 the areas of dispute? And does anybody worry about 4 but me? I just want to make sure we're clear on where are the areas that we agree, because I think that will help a lot with the motion making. I don't know if we can just do straw polls or something unofficial to kind of understand that in terms of making the motion. It's just a suggestion. I'm open to whatever you guys want to do.
Vice Chair.
So I appreciated your logic for 4. I can't make 6. Kind of almost, I mean, just, I kind of can't make 6 no matter what. However, mainly because we don't know what, like, I could make 6 if I knew that there were certain outcomes. We just don't have that data right now. We don't know what's possible. We don't have the information. So I kind of, and that's the main message that I would send to council, which is like, I can't make 6. Maybe you can fix it so that you can make 6, right? But so that's kind of where I stand with respect to the findings. On 4, I appreciated your logic, but I haven't quite decided on that one. But what I do want to say is that if we are making a motion with respect to the vesting tentative map, there is a concrete change that I think that we can very reasonably make right now, which is the inclusion of the sidewalks in an easement. It's in some of the diagrams, but it's not in the staff packet, and it's not. So since it seems to be the applicant's intent to have a public access easement for the sidewalks, it's only on some of the, it's on the cross sections, but it's not elsewhere. And so I would just want to make that explicit as part of our, of the vesting tentative map. Because I had a discussion with staff in pre-meeting, and there was a suggestion that, okay, the applicant has been interested in making these sidewalks, and so I want to make it explicit. But that said, I don't know that I can make all the findings anyway, so maybe it's a moot point, but I am trying to make it better.
Yeah, to play devil's advocate for a moment, the easements for the sidewalks on Matadero and Kendall are on the map, even though they were not called out in the staff report. So I guess the question I have is whether that was intentional, and if so, why?
To address that, the submitted map is a cycle 2, so this is a recent submittal, and it is currently still under review with city staff. So it was submitted, I believe, I could look up the exact date, but in enough time to be as an attachment to the packet for the printing of this, but that comment period for the map, as well as reviewing it in further detail, was not completed and is still under review. So some of those items or inconsistencies were not readily available or identified in that staff report. But because of the strict timelines of advancing it forward, it is presented in this form to the commission.
So then is it staff's position that we don't need to make that addition because it's already there, or?
It would be fine, since it's clearly of interest, to include the PTC's recommendation to ensure that those easements cover the sidewalks on all 3 frontages.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Heckman, back to you. And do you want to include that as a provision in the base?
Yeah, again, logically, you would think it would help us make finding 7, because finding 7 is the one about easements. But it doesn't really work with finding 7, because what finding 7 says is there are existing access easements that are going away, but it's okay because we're replacing them with these new easements. And here there are no existing access easements that are going away. They're just adding some new easements, apparently because they think that's the right way to design this project, which I think is great. So again, to me, it feels like it falls in that council should consider reinforcing the submitted plan, or, securing from the submitted plan the easements shown on Matadero and Kendall, something more like that.
So I may have another way around this, but I think the issue was the easements applying to finding 6 rather than 7, because yes, as you noticed, 7 isn't applicable. My question for staff was, legally and functionally, is there any difference for the easements on Matadero and Kendall than from the easement on El Camino? They all appear on the map, and as far as I can tell, are all identified in the same way. So if we approve the map, are we not approving all of these easements?
Improvements shown on the map would be within the scope of the approval.
Then my fellow commissioners may contradict me on this, but it appears to me that all of these easements are present.
Where?
If I may, to offer a suggestion here, as one of those items for consideration is to ensure easements are provided. Could be a statement that the commission adds. The improvements are indicated on the map, but necessarily resolving that with either a condition of approval at this time might not be necessary.
Commissioner Heckman, you had a follow-up? Oh, sorry, I have your light still on. All right, so if my suggestion that all of the easements are already covered seems to have fallen flat, so I take it the approach we'll use is to include that in the recommendations. All right, so we need a base motion to which we will add recommendations in a separate discussion.
So I will move the staff recommendation that the PTC recommend approval of the vesting tentative map to the City Council based upon findings and subject to conditions of approval in the draft record of land use in attachment B, and that the City Council consider the following matters in its review of this recommendation.
Very good. Now, we're not looking for a second yet. Now we'll talk about those following matters. Have Commissioner Templeton, then Vice Chair Chang.
I'm going to tell you what I think you are hoping will happen, but I will also share where my concerns are in terms of voting. I do not believe I can make the findings right now. But if some things were changed, I think I could make the findings because we would have plans. So I'm not exactly sure how to vote with the way that the motion is structured, but I will tell you what my changes are. I think we need TDM, and I think we need to understand that this development will not cause safety or serious public health problems. We've had sufficient exploration of the current proposals independently of the design, but just having that many people between these two streets is sufficient for us to have concern. So I would like to see a TDM that addresses neighborhood bike, ped, and vehicular safety on Matadero and Kendall, specifically ingress and egress of the property, and that it will not cause, that will be designed such that it does not cause a safety hazard when turning onto El Camino.
May I interrupt briefly? You said TDM. Do you mean TDM or transportation study?
I mean both. The problem is one is the result of the other, right? I don't think we can have a TDM until we have a transportation study, but maybe I'm backwards on that. But I figure what I really want to know is they're going to be able to have a solution that shows that the expected traffic flows will not be dangerous. That would be a TDM, right? Or am I missing something?
I think that would be a transportation study.
The study is before and the TDM is after, right? The proposal.
Yeah, the TDM, the demand management component, I think is something that comes later.
Yeah. Well, that, okay. Well, I'm jumping ahead then. So, sure, we can adjust that. That's fine.
Shall we take a straw poll on that to see whether that should be included as one of the recommendations?
Great suggestion, Chair. Thank you.
That there be, and restating, that there be a traffic study done to ensure safety, particularly ingress and egress on Matadero and Kendall.
With this project and known neighboring projects.
with this and no neighboring projects. Let's have a straw poll. I'll just move from side to side. Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, I'm interested in that.
Commissioner Peterson?
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes, I'm interested in it.
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
I guess I'd love to see it, but I'm not convinced that it's appropriate for us to require on the map as a condition of approval. So is that what-
This is for a recommendation for council to consider.
Just for them to consider? Oh, then absolutely, sure.
All right, and I will add my yes to that as well. So let us add that to our developing motion here. Commissioner Templeton, I believe you had something else?
I do, but I don't know if it warrants this. It might be enough that we mentioned it. I would really like to connect the bike paths. As Commissioner G mentioned, we're going to see more traffic with the underpass all the way down Matadero, or Margarita to Matadero, and then to Bull Park. We need to make that a holistic approach, but that's not necessarily tied to this project.
Right. So what I'm hearing is we should probably not add that to our list of recommendations, but simply make sure it's communicated to staff. Well, and eventually to council, yes. All right. Commissioner Peterson, do you have anything you would like to recommend?
No, I'm good. I'll pass.
Vice Chair Chang?
I would like to recommend that to the extent there are sidewalks included as part of the development, that that council ensures that there are public access easements also for those sidewalks.
All right, let's have a straw poll on that. Commissioner Templeton? Commissioner Peterson?
I'll abstain on that one.
Vice Chair?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the council considering that.
As am I. So let us add that to the list of recommendations as well. Vice Chair, anything else?
I don't know how to do this, but we came up with a bunch of creative ideas that could help, except that so these are things, we're not mandating that the project be redesigned, but these are ideas that we had either on changes that the city could make or that the project could make that would help. So should we list some of those, or?
Is this the best way to communicate that?
I guess it depends on the extent of the changes you're talking about.
There's we had bike path that goes through the development. We had moving the driveways, potentially. We had one-way streets, right? All of those things might make this and all future traffic problems better. But I'm not quite sure how to handle that all. Because it's not, some of them might be for this project, some of them, these would be done after the project.
Right. I think we should focus only on those that are directly related to the project. So that would include changing ingress egress points, but for example, not rerouting streets.
Chair, do you think we can ask staff to share the summary of our suggestions with the transportation team, and maybe they can run with it for the future in adjacency to this project, but not as part of the project?
So I will be recommending that staff include in our summary of this discussion by PTC items that were discussed and recommended, even those that are beyond the project. So it wouldn't be part of the recommendation on this project. Clearly, it goes beyond any nexus for this because it is, farther reaching. But that could be part of the summary of this discussion that's provided to council.
So adjacent considerations in order to make this project more successful, I think is really our intention there. We're not trying to say, for some of those conditions of approval, we're trying to say, this is a big change for the neighborhood. So I think that would be really nice if you could do that. Thank you.
Right, and specifically communicated to Office of Transportation. Okay.
Yes, we can do that.
All right, thank you. So we have the straw poll process. The item that I hear is consider relocating ingress and egress points. Is that sufficient to capture the notion you have in mind?
Do we want to say to what end?
I think so.
Yeah.
So to consider,
To improve safety.
to improve safety of bicyclists and pedestrians
And reduce congestion.
and reduce congestion.
All right, so consider relocating ingress and egress points to improve safety for cyclists and pedestrians, as well as reducing congestion.
Excellent, thank you.
Is that captured? All right, let's take a straw poll on that. Yes. Commissioner Peterson?
Abstain.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
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 And yes for me as well. Commissioner G, do you have, Vice Chair, are you done, or do you have any other recommendations you want to add?
Again, we haven't seen the plans and I've seen the parking lot, so it seems unlikely that it could be done. But there was this idea of a bike path through the development, right? Somebody had mentioned that. So I'm just trying to play these things back, and it would be development specific. So
Yeah, it sounds like a stretch, but I see no reason not to offer it for consideration. Where does it exit? Because it can't exit on this property, can it?
Well, the congestion points are pretty specifically close to El Camino. And on the diagram that Vice Chair Chang had about Barron Park Elementary, you can see that Kendall does go through past the elementary school towards the ballpark bike path. So I think that if we are able to figure out how to get it a little bit on the exiting on the interior part of the property, the question, we don't have to design it. That's really up to them. But the question is, how do we separate, because the road is really narrow, how do we separate the bike ped and use the property? We don't know what kind of beautification they may have. They may have other ideas that it's appropriate to put there that we can't even imagine right now because we haven't seen the plans. But we'd like to encourage them to think about it if that's a possibility. I will also say that there's natural space on the north side of Matadero Road, at least, like, I would say maybe a quarter mile, half mile in, where it could be suitable to have part of the bike path before it goes back into the road. I'm just trying to, the congestion's at El Camino, how do we separate the bikes there? Because that's where people have conflict.
All right, so I could try and make this as flexible as possible and simply say, consider a bike path through the property.
I mean, we had ideas also from Commissioner G, I think, or maybe you, Chair Aiken, about planter strip and whether we need the planter strip. So those would all be through the property because it's at the edge of the property, but it's through the property. So, yes.
So it encompasses that as well.
I think so, yes, yeah.
All right. If that phrasing has been captured, we can take a straw poll. All right.
Support.
Abstain.
Support.
Support.
I need a little more clarification. Are we talking about potentially a bike path that goes in one side of the building, under, and then through? Because that would be through the property.
We are specifically not narrowing it down to that option.
But that is one of the ones that we want the council to consider, running bikes through their parking?
We really, okay, go ahead. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I'm deliberately trying not to constrain what council might consider, although I find it very hard to believe that they would consider that one.
Well, are we talking about then, as a possibility, using part of the 12-foot sidewalk along El Camino for biking, or using
I
part of
would
the
not
wide?
use El Camino for biking because there's a bike lane.
I'm
Okay.
talking about, like, for example, a Matadero, right? There's like an 8-foot easement, maybe potentially creatively using part of that to be a bike lane or something like that.
So is this related to the vice chair's recommendation for the public access easement for the sidewalks on all three sides, the possibility that the public access use of some of those sidewalks might be for a bike lane? Is that the idea?
I don't think that's the idea of this recommendation, but that is a possibility.
Okay. So I guess I don't want to belabor I guess I'm going to say, because I don't understand where these would go. They're not going to go on the sidewalk. They're not going to go through the building. So I don't know I can support it if I don't know where it could possibly go.
May I, go ahead, Commissioner Peters.
Let's do Commissioner Peterson first and then Commissioner Templeton.
As an apartment dweller, maybe I can add some expertise on this. If there's 300 and something people living there, I mean, that's the number of units, right? So there's going to be like 600,000 people here, maybe more. Biking is becoming more popular. There's going to be a bike lane somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether they make it or people are just actually exiting the building en masse, going to the school, right?
As they say, the bike lane of desire.
Yes.
And I would add, just for your comfort and also encouragement to think about this, we know we have other properties and being developed, and right now our city is in a strange situation where it's not a like the forest plan, right? It's not being developed as a whole, it's being piecemealed. And what I'm encouraging the city to think about, or what I hope we are considering thinking, is have a vision for this space, right? There's going to be another property developed across the street. Can we also get room for a bike lane in the other direction there at this congestion point, right? Think about how are we going to make that safer. We already have too much congestion. It's already unsafe. We're hearing that from the members of the neighborhood. So what I am hoping is the city can understand this space. You're always the one to say this at a macro level, right? And ask for things from each property development that will make this space whole. And I recognize that we're in a tough situation because we don't have an area plan like we've had in other neighborhoods, but we should still think about it in that terms.
So maybe I have a better understanding now. So I think the language was consider a bike path through the property. Would it be more accurate to say, in line with what you're thinking, to consider a bike path along the perimeters of the property? Is that?
Or even simply on the property.
Yeah, or through. It doesn't,
But again,
we don't have to design it now. You're trying to design it, but we're not.
No, I'm trying to give the council an intelligible thing to consider. And if they think that we are suggesting they run bikes through the garage, because it says through,
Okay.
that's what I think.
All right, then.
So I'm looking to change the
They're going to
language.
have 1,000 bike racks there somewhere. I mean, it's going to be somewhere inside the facility anyway.
So I'm just trying to clarify it so that they don't think that we're.
I think through is an acceptable option. I think adjacent is an acceptable option. I think on is an acceptable option. The reason I do goes back to this site experience that I haven't had a chance to share with everybody, but we've seen a lot of creative ways to handle this bike path need that sometimes is through and sometimes is adjacent and sometimes is on. I don't feel like I need to design that, but I do feel like I would like to encourage preposition of your choice, bike path.
All right, I can wordsmith it a little farther. Consider bike paths incorporating parts of the property.
I think that's fine.
Went too far, huh?
No.
All right. So the version that we have straw polled up to this point used the word through. Are we okay with that, or do we need to update that language?
The word through?
Right.
Yeah, so I don't like the word through. I like the words incorporating parts of, which I thought
That
you
phrase.
just suggested. I'm supportive of that.
All right, just to review, everyone in acceptance?
It's fine.
Abstain.
Accept.
Accept.
And I will also accept, so that should be sufficient. Vice Chair, do you have anything more to suggest?
I don't think so. Thanks.
Commissioner G? Nothing. All right, Commissioner Heckman?
No.
All right, let's see if...
We need a second?
or
this
The
one?
chair
Oh,
may
okay.
have something to add.
Okay, sorry.
I'm checking to make sure everything that
Jumping
I have is
ahead.
covered. I think everything that I have is adequately covered, so now we need a second. Well, that's surprising. I will second.
Ready? Yep.
Yes, we need a vote.
Yep. Commissioner G?
No.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Abstain.
Commissioner Templeton?
No.
Vice Chair Chang?
No.
Chair Egan?
Yes.
Motion fails. 2, 3, 1.
All right, for folks who would like to speak to their no votes.
Thank you. I feel that the primary reason that I did not support this motion was due to the nature of it being rushed and us not having adequate information. It's not that I don't like the project. I'm excited about the project and the opportunities. And I know that our no vote here will not impede you moving forward. That said, I wish that the council will consider safety and looking for ways for us to not have to rush the process such that we are voting on proposals that are not ready. I think that puts the developer at a very serious disadvantage, and I'm sorry about that. But we do have our responsibilities here on this dais, which is to consider the safety of a development and the suitability of a development. And if we're unable to consider any aspects of the development, then we are unable to provide a decision. That is my perspective. I recognize not every commissioner feels the same way. Thank you.
Point of order to the chair. Chair, I think we only ask for no votes to speak to their votes when a motion passes despite their no vote. Here, the no votes predominated and the motion failed. So we're not done. We need a motion with some direction. And so while I think Commissioner Templeton's comments may be sort of the basis for her to make a motion to not recommend approval to the council. But I think that's our next step.
In fact, I was going to ask staff about that after we had reviewed our rationales. But since it's been brought up, let's confirm.
That is correct. So there was a motion to recommend approval, and that failed. We still do need a recommendation on action here, a vote on an action here tonight. So based on that vote, then that would likely be a recommendation for denial of the map with specific details about which findings cannot be made, that are the basis of that denial.
And I would add that the recommendations for consideration be included as well.
And yeah, we will be working to provide a summary of this discussion and the concerns brought up here.
Also, Chair, just want to say I thought you had mentioned that we would be speaking to our no votes, and that's why I did it, Commissioner Heckman, because I thought that was what was asked for. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, I am at fault here, not you. So I presume, with regard to the point of order, that we will not be speaking to other no votes, correct?
I can make a motion for the other one if we want to. All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we do not recommend this vesting tentative map to council for approval because we cannot make finding number 6 that the design of the subdivision or type of improvements is likely to cause, we can't make this like reverse, is this a reverse finding thing? Well, yeah, we can't make finding number 6.
Using affirmative or negative, right?
Right. So the problem is that we believe that the design of this subdivision or type of improvements is likely to cause serious public health problems, namely the conflict with bicyclists and pedestrians along the safe routes to school for all of elementary, middle, and high school.
Vice Chair, do you want to say the current and complete design? Or is that necessary?
I don't even know. We're not supposed to be looking at a design. So
Are we incorporating our recommendations by?
yes, so that's the other addition I want to make. But I also still recognizing that this is a builder's remedy project, would like to include all the recommendations that we made in the last motion.
All right, is that clear to everyone, or do we need to restate? Clear enough? We need a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Tavera, would you call the vote?
Yeah. Commissioner Peterson?
Abstain.
Commissioner G?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Chair Aiken?
I will say no and speak to my no vote later.
Okay. Motion carries 3-2-1.
All right, for the two of us who voted no, Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I believe that the finding 6 properly interpreted has to be made here because the things that are being considered to not be able to make the finding are not within the parameter of the appropriate considerations for finding 6. But having said that, as indicated by my support of the last motion, I am supportive of the additional items for the council's consideration despite my no vote here.
While I have significant sympathy for the objections to finding number 6, I find that we're in an odd position of having to take a vote on shifting sand because we have absolutely no idea what is to come. And while looking at what we have before us today, I have strong doubts that I could make the negative of finding 6. However, I believe it is fixable. And therefore, I was hoping to forward that to council to fix it. So I find myself with sympathy for both interpretations here. All right, is this item complete? A much-needed break for everyone, 15 minutes. We'll be back here at 9:35. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience in getting to this late start for this item. We're now on item number 3, a quasi-judicial recommendation on a major site and design application for 929 Laurel Glen Drive. Are there any disclosures, commissioners? I did visit the site.
I also visited the site and saw some nice deer over there.
Me three, I visited the site.
All right, sounds like nothing else of more substance. So may we have the staff presentation?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Christina Dobkevichus. I am the Associate Planner with the City of Palo Alto, and I'm here today to present this major site and design review project. This item tonight is a major site and design review for the property at 929 Laurel Glen Drive. It's currently a vacant 4.23-acre site located at the end of cul-de-sac within the Foothills Open Space neighborhood. The property is zoned as Open Space OS District. The site is surrounded primarily by open space and public facilities zoning. Arrastradero Creek and the associated trail both are located approximately 500 feet or more of the proposed development area. The parcel is currently vacant and contains mature vegetation, including native oak trees. The proposal before you would allow development of one single-family residence, which is consistent with the open space designation. A little bit about the project. So right now, it's a vacant site that includes removal of 15 native oak trees, of which 14 are protected under our tree ordinance title number 8, Based on the city's tree replacement standards, 60 replacement native oak trees are required. The applicant proposes a combination of on-site planting and also in lieu fees. On-site planting is constrained due to the property's location within the high fire severity zone, and also the presence of sensitive habitat areas, including woodrat middens and scrub vegetation communities. Staff supports this approach, and city's consulting biologist has reviewed these constraints. We also have them today present in case you have any questions. The proposed development consists of a new two-story single-family residence, approximately 5,802 square feet in size, with an attached 779 square foot three-car garage, and the total combined area of 6,581 square feet. The access is provided by a 16-foot wide permeable turf stone driveway, which is designed to reduce impervious surface areas. 3 covered garage spaces are provided, along with additional tandem parking in compliance with zoning requirements. The residence is clustered on the front portion of the site to minimize grading and disturbance to the existing conditions, which is consistent with open space review criteria. The proposed residence is oriented parallel to Laurel Glen Drive and is set back approximately 74 feet from the front property line, just outside of an existing 30-foot wide sewer easement. This slide shows first and second floor plans, as well as some elevations. For the massing, it follows the natural topography of the site and also reduces the need for extensive grading. The roof forms are articulated to break up the overall scale and mass of the structure. The setting of the structure avoids ridgelines and maintains separation from sensitive vegetation areas. For the building materials and design, we do have some samples, sample materials that were provided by the applicant. And just to briefly touch, we can see the renderings presented. And the architectural design, you can see, is a contemporary, simple, articulated forms, roof forms. Exterior materials include wood siding, smooth stucco, and asphalt roof shingles. The proposed color palette consists of earth-toned muted finishes with low reflectivity. Also, exterior lighting, you can see it on the rendering on the second floor. There's some low-intensity, downwards shielded lights provided on this rendering in the project. Sorry about that.
Sorry, could you just go back to the last slide for a second?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
The next slide is the key considerations for the project. In reviewing the project, staff evaluated consistency with open space review criteria, as well as open space and controlled development designation. The proposed development meets the allowable density of one dwelling unit on a 4.23 acre parcel, which is consistent with the comprehensive plans designation and intent to preserve open space and allow limited development as well. The project is clustered to minimize environmental impacts closer to existing residential developments on both sides. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, zoning standards, and applicable code requirements. There are some final conditions from waste, gas, water, and electric utilities that we're waiting for, and these will be incorporated into the final record of land use action that's presented to the council. Regarding the environmental review, the project has been evaluated in accordance with CEQA and qualifies for Class 3 categorical exemption. So we're here tonight to ask Planning and Transportation Commission to recommend approval of this project to go to City Council based on analysis presented in the staff report. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any clarifying questions? Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner G, then Commissioner Heckman.
Quick question process-wise. So if this goes to council, would it be on council's consent calendar?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. And then for the trees and the replanting plan, the report said 28 trees will be planted on site, but then the landscaping plans showed many more than that?
Correct.
Okay, so
this is something that was not addressed at the latest resubmittal. And we have the arborist report, which is part of the document file, attachment B, which includes the correct number of replacement trees. Sorry, it's attachment D. Applicant's project description has the updated arborist report and required 60 replacement trees that are shown on this slide as well. But based on the location of the sensitive habitats, based on the biology report, we're probably going to ask them to do plant lesser amount of the trees, avoid those sensitive areas and pay in lieu fees.
So it's still TBD is what you're saying?
It's, that's what we're gonna ask for, to plant as much as they can outside of those sensitive areas and pay the in lieu fees for the remainder of the trees.
Okay.
Commissioner G.
I had a really random question. Can you go to slide 1, please?
Sure. This one?
No, sorry, the next, yeah, this one. This one labeled 1. What am I looking at? That's the little blue line that's kind of near the yellow polygon?
Yeah, it was in the biologist report. This was identified as a stream, an unidentified stream.
Okay. So the context, I think, is that there's some description somewhere in the staff report that says that you're X feet away from like a creek or a stream or something. Are we using this little unidentified stream for that calculation, or are we using the actual creek?
Yes, for the 500-foot distance, we're looking at the wider blue, which is the actual creek, or Stradero Creek, not that thinner, darker blue, which is an unidentified water stream.
Okay. I guess, I don't know if this is a time, actually, I'll hold off on this question until later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
The vice chair asked my question.
Very good. Yep, I think my clarifying questions have also been answered. Anyone else? Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, just because I anticipate more. When asked to clarify what the darker blue line, thinner line represents, is it a channel? Like, if it's dangerous territory to call it like a stream or a creek, so we're just trying to understand what it is, because we're going to spend hours talking about it.
Yes, it's definitely not a creek, and we do have Abe, our consultant from Rincon, who may be able to elaborate a little bit more on the stream.
Did you want me to do that?
Yes, please.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and thanks for that question. So I'll be honest, I'm not the project biologist who isn't here tonight, but that is what we identified in the biological analysis as an unnamed drainage that just cuts off a tiny little piece of the of a portion of the site. So it wouldn't be affected at all by the project. It doesn't have a name. All the characteristics of that creek, I don't know, but it is a drainage for sure.
Unknown drainage, not a stream.
Yeah, unnamed drainage, right.
Now, I appreciate that, a clarification, Mr. Leiter, and I would encourage staff to be consistent about usage. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll follow up on that. Given the way it's drawn, is it intermittent?
Yes.
Okay. Any further clarifying questions? All right, then. Commissioner G.
Okay, just to so that we don't have to come back to this. So as written in our last version of the streamside ordinance, would we consider this unidentified drainage as relevant for that?
I think that will be part of your discussion at the next hearing on that draft ordinance.
Okay. Okay. I guess I will leave it at that for now.
Seeing no other lights, is the applicant here, and do they have a presentation?
We have the applicant online. They are from San Diego, but we also have the homeowner, Ken, here in case you have any questions for the homeowner as well.
Very good. Thank you for attending. So there's no formal presentation, or we have one coming up from San Diego?
Let me stop sharing, and I will ask Zoltan or Daniel to give a presentation, please.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Dan Ruby. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Most of it was already provided. We tried to include as many images of what we're proposing. Our site was very challenging for a number of reasons. We have a very wide easement that separates us from the street, and we have to negotiate the terrain with a driveway that meets the city's maximum slope requirements. And so we had to find the best position to come into the property, navigate through the trees to minimize tree removal, and get to our building within 150 feet of driveway length, so that we didn't need to put in a big fire truck turnaround, which would have been triggered. And we had to stay out of the easement for the sewer line that runs across the front of the property. The density of all the trees on the site provided another challenge for us, and we tried to locate the building in the most open part of the site, where there was fewer trees. And we can't move to the left without taking out more trees, and we can't move to the right without doing the same. And essentially, this is the best position that we could put the building and minimize the impact on the landscape. Beyond that, we tried to seat the house down as low as we could. We don't have very extensive ceiling heights. We're 9'6", I think, on the second floor plates, and 9 foot on the lower floor. So, not really trying to push the height up. We're under the height limit, considering the slope of the site. And yeah, that's about it for what we had to overcome to get to this solution.
Thank you, Mr. Ruby. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? I have Commissioner Heckman and Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious because it's not in the staff report. It sounds like while 60 trees would be required to be planted on site to replace the 14, I think 15, or I think maybe it's 15, but 14 of them are natives. Staff's feeling is that maybe it's the arborist, there's not really a good place for that many trees on this site without invading some sensitive areas. So staff's concept is you'll plant some number less than 60 on site, and which, as I understand it now, has not yet been determined. But then the balance you would pay an in lieu fee, and I wanted to know if the applicants were comfortable with that approach, or if they were insistent that they want 60 more trees on their property.
I think we're comfortable with that. We might be able to actually find some other locations to provide a little more screening to the front of the property. So we're open to continue trying to get as many trees replaced, but the in lieu fee is our backup option.
What are you considering the front of the property, the street side?
Yes.
Commissioner Ekman, do you have more?
I guess I could tag on that question because I was trying to figure out on packet page 37 whether the front yard is 33.29 feet or 74. So maybe, is it?
Should be 74.
Packet page 37. Yeah, so maybe staff, if you could just pull up a diagram, any diagram of the house where you can orient us to that, because I'm seeing on table 1A, the front yard proposed is 33.29, and it's the interior side yard that's 73.59. But I thought I read somewhere else that it's just not clear to me what the front yard is.
Sure. So the front is, and let me maybe share the site plan with you. Let me just get to it really quickly. In that table, Commissioner, you're referring to, it's a zoning comparison table. So for the required front setback, it's 30 feet, but they also have an easement, which is a sewer easement. So we're looking at 30 feet and then the sewer easement. And the proposed, yeah, I see where you see 33, yeah. So this is actually incorrect. It should be 74. So yeah, this is incorrect, sorry. We have to fix it.
So to the applicant, does that comport with your, I mean, you drew the plan. Is your front yard 74-foot depth?
Yes.
Roughly? Okay, all right. And some part of that 74 feet is an easement you've got to avoid?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to share the site plan? So
Yes, that'd be great.
Sure. So here is the front property along the Laurel Glen Drive. We do have a required 30-foot setback, which is shown in this fainter dashed line. And then we also have a sewer easement. Let me zoom into here.
It's over on the left.
It's over here.
30-foot public sewer easement.
Front setback and sewer easement. And so that 33.29 setback comes from here, which is measured from the corner of intersecting interior property lines, which is not accurate. The proposed front setback should be measured from the property line, which is here.
Yeah, it is. There's a dimension right going through the S in the walkway there. Right in the center, there's a 74-foot .28, or it looks like.
This one here.
Yeah.
So the one in the zoning comparison table was this measurement, which is a shorter, and it's not representing the accurate furthest 74-foot setback from the property line, including the easement.
Okay, so that's something that you can fix on the way to
Yes.
council.
Definitely. Thank you for noting that. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair Sheng?
So when Did the biologist take a look at any bird hazard installations? Was that included in part of the study, or is it not part of what's typically included in a study?
Yes, they looked at the bird nesting season. There was a section, but not the, yeah, maybe I'll let,
I'll jump in. They are looking at the existing site, not at the proposed project, more than the footprint of it.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. And then I had one more question. Oh, a question for the applicant about interior lighting, because I believe in the presentation, there was a slide that mentioned that lighting was angled down to avoid light spillage. Is that correct? But that was referring to exterior lighting. Is that correct? Okay.
that is correct.
It'd be great, maybe the plans haven't gotten this far, but I'm wondering, Mr. Ruby, if you could speak to how interior lighting will be handled with respect to minimizing or thinking about how much light would spill outside just through windows at night.
Well, the lighting will be done in a traditional way, probably recessed can lights, which aim downward. There's not really, I don't believe there's a guideline to not have lighting in your house to avoid what it might look like from outside. But there's really nobody below us. And from the street, with the screening we're intending to have with, landscaping as it grows in, that should be minimized. Most of the larger windows are on the rear of the house, so that also would minimize what people might experience more commonly from the street. There's only 2 other houses at the end of this street, so there's not really, we're at the end of a cul-de-sac, and there's 2 other properties that would, be passing us. So I don't think there'll be much impact from interior lighting on anybody.
So my question was mainly around, we've just heard, kind of a dark skies ordinance that our city passed, which specifically applied to outside lighting, but because this is in the open space, I'm less concerned about affecting other people because there's not that many, to your point, but just, given that this is an open space because of the environment, so worried about light spillage into the environment, affecting the environment. And so are there going to be window coverings?
Yeah, there'll be blinds and, motorized blinds most likely. And the exterior lighting will be shielded and minimal as necessary for circulation off the decks and in the rear patio walkways. But yeah, we never intended to make this a brightly lit project. We understand the area we're in, and we're meeting the guidelines that are set for the exterior lighting. But to my knowledge, there's been nothing that we've had to design for in terms of how interior lighting affects the exterior.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to ask and clarify.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any other clarifying questions for Mr. Ruby? No? Then we are ready to move on to public comment. Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests to speak?
To the chair, I see no raised hands on Zoom, and I have received no public comment cards for this item.
Thank you. Then we can move on to open discussion with the commission. Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner Peterson.
Okay, so thank you so much for doing such a good job in terms of trying to minimize the tree removal and situating this in a place that kind of minimizes the environmental impact. I did have a couple of concerns, so I'm looking. We kind of have a little bit of a checklist that we go through. So I had probably the most salient concern for me what is all the glass railings as well as the as well as some of the larger windows. So we do not have a bird-friendly design ordinance currently on the books, but the commission has been hearing. The commission actually forwarded a version of the ordinance to council in which we try to prevent situations where birds can see through to the other side, as well as particularly large windows or large areas of glazing, reflective surfaces more accurately. And so I wondered if that was anything that you considered, and if not, I'm hoping that the applicant would, that we can mitigate those. So that's my biggest concern. The second concern I had was looking at the coconut color of the stucco is pretty white. And so from far away, again, depends on how accurate the renderings are, I'm wondering if we could make it blend into everything a little bit more, particularly also because there's a neighbor who was concerned about being able to see this home. And so to the extent that more of those replacement trees could be planted between the house and the street, that might be helpful. But I also understand that can't really move the house further back from the street because of the topography where the house is on a hill and it would cause some fire truck access problems. So those were my primary concerns. There's one more condition of approval that I would be interested in placing. We do have a dark skies ordinance that our city council just approved. It sounds like that the applicant already plans to comply with those, but I think it would be wise for us to make that a condition of approval as well, just to add it to the list. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Peterson.
I'm favorable to the dark sky and the bird-friendly glazing. And just wanted to comment that I also felt the plan that's been presented to us looks thoughtful. And while it does remove some legacy trees, of course, build a house, take some trees. So I just want to say I'm favorable to the project, and I appreciate the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Peterson. I think this might be the first zoning comparison table where there isn't any exemptions being asked for that I have seen in a very long time. So very excited about that. One question I had for staff, and this may feel a little bit like deja vu. On packet page 34, there is a mention of a qualified biologist, which, if you recall previously, we had a whole discussion about. I didn't find this defined anywhere, so I was curious if this is, I guess, how are we defining this here?
Sure, and this was taken from the consultant's CEQA report. So since we have consultants and we have qualified biologists on board, we have funds to ask them to be part of the project if needed to identify those sensitive areas.
But again, that was reviewing the site for biologically sensitive areas. It was not reviewing the building looking at the building design for bird hazards is the distinction of what we'd been discussing previously.
All right, thank you. That's all for me.
Commissioners, anything else? Commissioner Heckman?
So, sorry, do we have an adopted dark skies ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any reason that this project would be exempted from that?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Yang on that. Because the project has been determined to be complete, I want to confirm whether this would apply or not.
Yeah. So the dark sky ordinance will apply to this project, certainly. It's going to be a sort of a timing question on whether the bird-friendly glass ordinance would apply. Sort of, which one goes to the council first and has the second reading occurred and the 30-day referendum period passed. So that's how those two ordinances stand.
Okay, so because I think the rule is whatever the law is in effect on the date of approval, those are the laws applicable. And so dark sky is already in place, so that clearly applies. And then, as Mr. Yang said, it's just a timing issue. And so I'm comfortable with that. Again, we're not architects, and so I tried not to try to look at this architecturally. I think it's a lovely home. I appreciate the sensitivity that was shown in trying to design it to have a lot of natural screening while avoiding tree removal to the extent you could, and accounting for an extensive clear space around the house as the fire department seems to like. So I think that those were all good things. I did notice just one nit on packet page 46 for staff to look at. In the term of approval, the first line says it's valid for 2 years, but the last line talks about an extension prior to the 1-year expiration. So it's either both are supposed to be 2, which is what I suspect, or both should be 1.
We can clean that up.
Yeah, okay. So I'm supportive here of the staff recommendation and excited to have a lovely home coming to that area.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no other lights, I'll make my small number of comments. I'm comfortable with the siding and the architectural approach. I enjoyed seeing the drainage and seismic engineering documents, the most complete I've seen since I've been on the commission. And I appreciate the clarification on what's happening with the trees, since the confusion there had concerned me. The glass guardrail is sort of the epitome of bird hazards. Oops, pardon me. And some of the windows that are not under the overhang are large enough that they may be issues as well. So I'm curious as to whether the applicant is receptive to the idea that those things could be mitigated, regardless of whether we reach the point that the bird-friendly design ordinance applies.
I certainly would be. I would defer to the owner, Ken, who's there, who might be able to express his desires on this.
Hi, I'm Ken. I think in terms of the windows, we can have the windows that is not like not transparent when we have interior lighting on, because that is a design that we could select so that there's no light spillage from the interior of the house, so that will improve the dark sky conditions. And in terms of exterior lighting, I'm an engineer, so I know about the dark sky, and what we usually do is we will have full cutoff light fixtures, so the light is only projected downwards, not sideways or up, no up light whatsoever. So that's how we would approach it. So we will take that into consideration in our final design and selection of materials and the technology part of it to improve to enhance the protection of the environment.
Thank you. I'm glad you're willing to consider this.
Sure.
It may be, Ms. Dubkevicius, that we could provide additional information to them about what the bird hazard mitigation measures might be, so they could consider if they're interested in implementing any of those.
Sure, definitely, we can do that. Thank you.
Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Chair. I just have to correct my statement earlier about the dark sky ordinance. We actually included a specific clause in that ordinance saying that it wouldn't apply to projects that were deemed complete on the date that it became effective. So the dark skies ordinance does not automatically apply to this project.
Okay, so if we were interested in a condition of approval, then those two items might be worth considering, but given that the applicant is receptive, I don't know whether that's sufficient. We can discuss that. All right, I believe that's all I have on my list. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for staff. So you said this went already to the ARB?
This is not going to ARB.
This one did not go?
No.
Okay. So did anybody from staff speak with the applicant about surrounding a house in the hills with glass? The glass railing?
I don't know if that was part of conversations. Clearly, it's a valuable thing, and it will be integrated once we've got an ordinance. This is something that we've been working on and didn't know, where the ordinance would be. I think we've got a much clearer sense of what the requirements will be for the bird-friendly ordinance at this point, given your recommendation in December. But when this project was going through its reviews, that was still an unknown. So I don't know if it was specifically mentioned. It may not have been, given the fact that it wasn't an adopted ordinance.
Yeah, all of us looked at this picture and we go, oh dear, why didn't that happen? I think it's pretty unfair to the applicant, whether it's already in the ordinance or not. Staff should anticipate that that's a question we're always going to ask. It's pretty consistent for, I would say, several years now. And I would like to encourage you guys to think about it, because that would help shape our conversation on items that aren't retreading material. That said, I now shift over to the applicant. Have you had any opportunity to discuss alternatives with the client about surrounding the house with glass railings? Were there any other options that were considered?
Yeah, we offered the common options: cable railing, metal dowels or rods in the railing. But they have this nice view, and they wanted the unobstructed view as much as possible, and so glass was chosen. I don't think it means that it can't be considered. Again, that would be something Ken could maybe clarify whether he's open to modifying that.
Cable rating would be fine, but that's one of the consideration, one of the option for us, if that's acceptable to the.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I really do appreciate you being here to discuss this with us. I would say, we have the best interest in mind. You will find, I have worked in buildings up on top of the hill that have large glass railings like that, and it was constant bombardment by birds. It made it unpleasant for me to enjoy my deck or patio that I was on. So I do hope you consider it, and thank you very much for being open to that. I also see Mr. Aodo has his hand up.
Yes, I'm Zoltán Ördög. I'm working with Dan on this project at Spatial. And I just have a question. This bird-friendly glazing ordinance, when did this became?
It has not.
So
We
are
recommended
we
it, but it
required
has not
to?
gone through council yet.
Okay, so technically, as of today, this is still not a requirement, just a recommendation.
In terms of an adopted ordinance, it is not a requirement. However, with this discretionary review, if the Planning and Transportation Commission would like to recommend approval with this as a condition of approval, that could be included. We would, given that the ordinance has not been adopted, we'd recommend that condition of approval be crafted to be specific as to where you'd like it to apply.
Right.
That an alternative material or bird-friendly treatment be applied to that railing along the edge, I believe is where you're most interested.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. And with all apologies to the designers and the client, this is just an area we've learned that is problematic in that location. And we really want to encourage any developers to be sensitive to that. I think it will be more enjoyable for the homeowner as well. So with that, I would suggest we add to whatever motion we're crafting here. I personally would rather not have the glass at all. Primarily, just for your information, what we learned in December is hard to get. Very difficult to get the bird-safe glass for residential properties. And it's much more likely that your cable design will be easier to do and maintain, and you'll have as good a view. So that would be my preference, but I don't know to what extent we want to offer materials, or we want to just say do something bird-safe design and you figure it out.
Vice Chair Chang.
Yeah, I really wish that our team, the applicant team here, would have been given a little bit more of a heads up about what was coming. So essentially, I think the framework of, again, what we've been looking at, particularly in open space, is looking at large panes of reflective surface, large reflective surfaces, so anything greater than 24 square feet that's uninterrupted, as well as things where birds can see through to open, like 2 panels of glass where you can see through all of that, that's considered a bird hazard design, and they can't tell either. So it's either reflective surfaces where they think it's sky or trees reflected, so they fly right into it, or they can see through it. And so, yeah, I'm sorry it comes at this late time, but to Commissioner Templeton's point, it will hopefully increase your enjoyment of the home if those concerns are addressed. So I went through the plans and tried to look through the areas that might be a problem. So the glass guardrails in general would be, but particularly at the corners, because you can imagine, like, if you look at the backside of the house where there's a glass guardrail in front, the bird sees through the glass guardrail, but they're going to see the wall of the house. They're not going to want to fly there. But if you look at the corners, then the birds can see through those corners, and that's a real concern. There's also, on one side of the house, kind of exterior stairs that go down, and there's glass guardrails in the middle of an opening, so there's actual areas where birds could safely fly through, and then areas that a bird wouldn't be able to tell. So that would be another potential area of concern. The easier thing to do might just be cables everywhere. But again, I don't think it's for us to prescribe solutions, because that's your area of expertise. So the guardrails were the first thing. And then there were several really large windows and doors. So it was W15, W10, and then I think the second story doors that were, I'm trying to remember which ones, I think it's D1, 5, and 6 were the ones where there were very large panes of uninterrupted glass that were larger than 24 square feet, but one of them was downstairs under an overhang, and that would be not a concern because the overhang prevents the reflectivity. And so there's a number of mitigations that can be done. You can interrupt the panes of glass, but then that would also interrupt your view. But there's also special glass treatments, that can be used, but those can be hard to obtain for residential use. So anyway, those were the areas of concern. And so I'm hoping that we can do a condition of approval that would be to address those bird hazard concerns, but I don't want to dictate how they're addressed, because they can be done many different ways with design, with other materials, and I don't know what materials are out there. So that was my comment regarding the bird design. For the commission, the other thing I wanted to note is that normally I don't like to opine on colors and stuff like that. That's kind of ARB's purview. But this process, the house never goes to the ARB. And so we are the only, we are tasked with making sure that buildings should use natural materials and earth tones or subdued colors. And so that's where my comment on the colors came, because when I looked at some of the renderings on, I'm trying to see which, the renderings of the backside of the house, A0.8, it's kind of stands out from everything else. And so I think I feel a little bit less strongly about this, but in terms of view shed pollution and whatnot, I think if anything that can be done to sort of camouflage the house, that the applicant would be okay with, because I think that the roof color is great. I think the wood color of the wall, there's some wood paneling, that's great, but it's just the white that stands out. And so we are there's actually a few images also of where this site is. I'm trying to see which plate this is. Oh, A0.6. So if you look at A0.6, 9, 10, 11 show a golf course view, which I'm a little bit less concerned about because you can see other houses there. And then there's the trail view. And I think we're okay there because of shielding from the trees. Like you see a little meadow, but apparently that meadow is where the wood rat middens are. So that's not actually where the house is situated. It's actually situated a little further up, and there should be some trees screening But then I also was concerned about the neighbor, which was saying, okay, we can see this. So anything that we can do to blend it in. There's a hand up too, Chair.
Is that
That was me.
for, yeah, I'm
Go
sorry, I
first.
was just asking Vice Chair Chang if she was ready to hand it over. Okay, Mr. Ruby.
I was just gonna make sure that you had the materials board there, which kind of had a better stucco representation. But on that topic, we've been in communication with the neighbor, and after she had made her comment, I believe, she was more receptive to the idea that we would be using earth tone colors, and she seemed relieved or felt better about it. So we certainly will have her approve of the colors, in person between us. But so far, I think the intention is not to be a white building, but something a little more sandy earth tone color. But we intend to work with her on and have her give us our approval on that she's happy with those colors too. And as far as the glass railings, no problem. We can redesign those to be the cable railings. I'd like to not have to reduce or divide up the windows in the house, just because this is a very expensive property with views that we're trying to take into the building. And to the degree that we can address any sort of bird issues with a type of glass, we can investigate that and see if maybe there's a product for these specific windows that are large that we could specify to try to address that. That's all. I just wanted to clarify some of that for you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, are you done with this round? All right, I have Commissioner Templeton, then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts on the Vice Chair's commentary to maybe think about ways to approach it. It looks to me like your renderings don't include landscaping and like foundational plantings. Is that something you plan to work on? So in other words, will those foundation walls be exposed, or are you going to have bushes and stuff in front of them?
To the downhill side of the building, we have zones that we're not allowed to have any plants. So no,
Directly
we
right
don't.
against the house, there's nothing?
Yeah, with a 5-foot zone around the perimeter of the building can have no, no leafy, bushy plants. And then we've got the next zone, which
That's okay. That's okay. That's what I was asking about. So, okay, that's unfortunately gonna make your wall color a lot more visible. What I was gonna suggest is looking at some of these aerial views that other houses nearby have lighter coloring on their stucco as well. So maybe it's not that different from the others, but yeah, you may want to consider. Well, it's obviously not. I'm not a designer, so you have to figure it out. But it definitely stands out more than we'd want to on the backside, since we can't have any plantings nearby to cover it. So in that case, I'm aligned with Vice Chair Chang about being a little bit more subdued in the coloring there. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
So just to clarify for the applicant, we don't know whether your project will be approved before our bird-friendly ordinance or after. but, and so we don't know, it sounds like it'll be close to the same time, but at least the version of the ordinance that went through us didn't prohibit windows of greater than, I think it's 24 square feet. It just required some treatment for them. So you had expressed a desire to not have to break those up. And I guess my point is, even if this ordinance gets to the finish line before you do, that wouldn't be a requirement. It would just be, you're going to have to come up with some treatment for those. As the vice chair said, I think they're W10 and W15 are the two that are in excess of 24, assuming that is the number that applies in the final version of the ordinance. So the size is safe. It may require treatment.
Okay.
Okay. I did like the, first of all, I want to say I'm generally uncomfortable imposing conditions on applicants that don't come from our current ordinances. I think ordinances change all the time, and and applicants are entitled to knowing what the rules are when they hire people and pay a lot of money to have them design things, and so they shouldn't necessarily be changed. In this situation, I'm very appreciative of the owner's openness to consider some of these things that there's not an ordinance requiring yet. It could be in our discretion, we could require it, but even without us making that threat, you're open to these things, and so I want to acknowledge our appreciation of your willingness to do that. I did like, and when we're talking about the wraparound railing, it's really trying to balance concerns here. I did like the vice chair's comment in pointing out that really the issue with the railing on what I think is the second floor is the corners where a bird could see through one plane and then the second across the corner and think, there's a tree over there I want to land on. Not so much in the middle of the building. And so as you decide what kind of safety railing you want to put where, that there may be a solution here where you can have that clear glass across the frontage, but stop somewhere short of the corners. And so I thought that was a good idea. I think those are the additional concerns I had. And again, I'm supportive of the project and interested to hear how some of my fellow commissioners might suggest conditions of approval.
Commissioner G.
Well, Commissioner Heckman teed me up because I actually feel like we've settled on 3 topics primarily. So I'm just going to kind of read off the list I have, which is the dark skies component, the bird safe design, bird friendly mitigations component, and then the coloring. Any other comments? Okay, so I guess my question for Vice Chair Chang and Commissioner Templeton is, in your opinions, are you seeing that all of these end up being conditions, or are you seeing, I guess, yeah, just wanted to get your thoughts on that, given that you talked about some of these items.
Conditions of approval versus recommendations, I guess is the question. I am more of the recommendation variety on this because, people may have reasons for one way or another, may have a hard time finding the materials, whatever. But I think we've given good recommendations and advice here, and as long as we include that was something that they can prepare and respond to for council, and council can determine what they want to do. So
it'll be on consent.
It'll be on consent.
Oh, it's consent. Then I guess from my perspective, we've given the recommendation, it's up to them. I personally, how I feel about the house is I would want to incorporate these, and it does sound like the homeowner wants to incorporate these suggestions. That feels like enough for me, but mileage may vary.
Vice Chair, do you want to add?
I think for me, it's just the bird-friendly design. I don't know, these windows are really big. Or not the windows, it's actually the doors. The windows are actually much smaller than the doors. It's the doors on the back side, the 5-panel and 3-panel that I'm most concerned with. I mean, it could be solved with a bigger overhang, it could be solved with all sorts of things, but I don't know what all those are. I just would want a glass railing. I think that's the biggest thing. Because of the corners, like if you look at A 3.1, the right side of the bottom elevation, I mean, it's like a human could walk through it. So I think, it sounds like I think I would feel most comfortable if we could just say a condition of approval that we're not going to have the glass railings, and then the rest of it is just recommendations. I think that's where I come out on it.
You have a follow-up, Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, I think this is kind of where the rubber hits the road with our divergence in December, is you really wanted to make this apply to the parts beyond Foothill, and I was thinking citywide that it would be optional. So that's really, I think, the difference we're talking about. The ordinance isn't in place. I think recommendations are sufficient at this point, and we have put the ordinance recommendations in front of council, and they can enact it when they're ready, but it's sort of unfair to change the rules in the middle of the game with this applicant.
Also, I actually had a question for staff. So suppose that the council adopts the existing bird-friendly ordinance as is, would it then immediately apply to this project, even though, yeah?
Most likely not, because the ordinance goes to them for initial discussion, then it goes to a second reading, which is generally at least 2 weeks later, sometimes it's a month, and then it goes into effect 30 days after that. And so the schedule that this project is on in terms of going to council likely in April would likely get approved before the second reading and 30 days was complete.
And we don't know yet whether the form of that ordinance for the bird-friendly ordinance will include a provision similar to the dark sky, that it doesn't apply to anything that's
correct.
Was any application that was complete, right? So it could pass before, but still exempt this project.
So I actually was curious about other commissioners' thoughts about requiring the dark skies as a conditions of approval, even though it technically does not apply to this project, even though it's finished, because I think the intent is for the dark skies to apply to projects like this, and I think that the owner is pretty amenable to these decisions. So I feel like, and also the fact that we actually already have a dark skies ordinance on the books makes me feel pretty comfortable about adding that as a conditions of approval.
May I just banter a bit on this with you? Is that okay, Chair?
Yes, I need to clarify whether Mr. Erdo has his hand up.
Oh, go ahead with that first.
Yes, so I'm still trying to save this idea of a grass gorgia. And my question is that there are different types of glazing that we can use in a gorgia. For example, those acid-treated gorgias that has some sort of a pattern like stripes or squares or polka dots, or even some sort of an interesting pattern that would prevent the birds to fly through. So my idea would be that if you put this into the conditions of approval, then rather asking for a specific type of guardrail like steel cable rod guardrails, it would be better if it would be just like a general uh, reference to bird-friendly solutions rather than a specific product.
Yes, that's what I had in mind as well, and our staff can provide the information that defines what's acceptable there. You're correct, fritted glass is one of the options that's allowed. Does that answer your question for the time being?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to push back a little bit on the idea of, well, it's been passed even though it doesn't apply, so we should apply it to you because it has a lot of design implications and these things are not cheap. And so I feel like it's unfair of us to change the rules in the middle of the game for this applicant who has been very supportive of our advice and suggestions to, we did ask about the design for the lighting ordinance, and they're already attempting to comply with it. So maybe your point is, well, we make sure they comply with it, but I just don't feel like, for personally, that I would be appreciating if that were to happen to me in the middle of a project. So I guess that's what I'm thinking about. Why are we doing that and to what end? Because the applicant is complying with the existing laws. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, I think on this one I agree with Commissioner Templeton, but for maybe a different reason. Here, the council made an explicit decision that this ordinance should not apply to any project that was complete as of the date of its adoption. And they're not required to do that as a matter of law. That's a choice they made. And they had reasons for making that choice. And, we have not asked for a staff explanation of what those reasons were, but to ignore an explicit council decision, it just doesn't seem appropriate to me, unless we're aware of some blind spot that they had at the time they made the decision, and we just don't have the information for that. So again, we're fortunate to have a cooperative applicant, and I like the idea of phrasing this issue more as a recommendation, that they consider it, rather than an imposition of a condition of approval.
All right, any further comments? All right, I think we're to the point of motion making then. Vice Chair Chang.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to make a motion. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation with the addition of a strong recommendation that the applicant work with the neighbors on the coloring of the dwelling in an effort to make it camouflaged. And also a recommendation that the applicant, a recommendation that the applicant adhere to the new dark skies ordinance, which applies to external lighting, as well as a recommendation that the applicant consider ways to prevent light spillage from interior lighting. And then a recommendation that the applicant mitigate all bird hazard installations as as defined by what the PTC recommended in the last ordinance, and staff can provide that to the applicant.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Tavera?
Yep. Commissioner G.
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang.
Yes.
Chair Agan.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much for attending, and enjoy your project. It looks excellent. So, and thank you to those of you who have done the work on bringing it to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, we have just a couple more items left. Approval of minutes is the first.
Chair,
Sorry, I was expecting Mr. Tavera to jump in on that.
Yeah.
I can elaborate.
Yeah, I can jump in, Chair, sorry about that. I wanted to show for the record that all PTC commissioners were present for November 12th and December 10th.
Good, so that means we can do this by voice vote. All right, so I'm sorry, what was the first date again?
November 12th.
Okay, move approval of the minutes of November 12th as revised.
And December 10th as revised?
So we're going to be able to do them both together?
Yes.
All right, and the minutes of December 10th as revised.
Second.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yep, passes unanimously.
Thank you. Commissioners, it is time for questions, comments, and announcements. Anyone have anything to offer tonight?
Yes.
Commissioner G, and then Commissioner Templeton.
Commissioner Templeton can go first.
Oh, thank you very much. I just wanted to share with the commission that when I first joined, one of my assignments, we already had one on the NV cap, so I moved off the NV cap and I moved on to the X cap as a Planning and Transportation Commissioner. That is no longer happening, but during the time I was there, we recommended to the council to close Churchill, and as you know, that issue is becoming a community conversation. So I encourage anybody, to reach out to the community and talk to people about how they feel about it. I don't know that we're ever going to get to weigh in on it as a commission, but it's good to be familiar with that. So Commissioner Rectal was also on there. He's now council member. So if you want to talk to either of us about it, I'm sure we'd have a lot to say. But becoming familiar and thinking about what does that mean is a good conversation. I hope that sometime soon we can talk to the transportation team about it. It turns out the Public Works is the team that's going to be working on the closure, according to the council on Monday. But any thoughts that we have, we are always thinking about the streets and the crossings and safety. I'm sure they would be happy to hear from us. So I encourage everybody here to think about that and think about what we can do to make it safe. I will also say that community conversations I've been having since the incident last week has been, what can we do for the other crossings too, right? These are major undertakings. We have big streets like Charleston that go all the way from 280 down to 101, and so they're major thoroughfares. That crossing is going to be harder to deal with. It's not a closure option. what happens at Meadow? What can we do to mitigate that? We don't have the undercrossings down in the south part of the city that we have in the north part of the city. So all of these things are really good things. We've been talking about these bike crossings as a commission. So I just wanted to ask everybody to, and I'm sure you already are, just keep thinking about it and trying to have that conversation with the council and with the community, because everybody's really focused on it right now.
Thank you. Very timely and well stated. Commissioner G, did you have something?
Yes. So this past week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting of the San Antonio Road Area Plan Community Advisory Group. What a mouthful. Ms. Armour can correct me if I was wrong there, but we had a developer there who's part of the Presidio Bay Ventures. So they are working on the project, the Charleston Mountain View Gateway project, which is where like the Best Buy, the REI used to be. And so one of the main discussion points that we had during the community advisory group was about different uses for development. So the development team there, Presidio Bay, is really interested in mixed use. And so they actually offered to give us a tour of a different mixed use development that they have in downtown Menlo Park called Springline. And it's pretty new. It's like kind of pretty close to downtown Menlo Park. And I reached out to Matthew to see if folks from the PTC would be invited as well. And he said yes. And so I would like to extend an invite to the commission for, I think, tentatively February 18, like the one Wednesday from now. He's still finalizing the details, but once I get that more settled, I will forward the invite over to everyone.
And I will check on Brown Act concerns, seeing as how this is related to a project that will be coming before you for review. We'll want to be cautious. We may not be allowed to have a majority of the PTC participate in that.
Yes, I was about to say that. I was about to say that there is a date that is scheduled, but I will defer to Ms. Armour about the details legality there.
Is it agendized?
So yes, it's on a tentative agenda at the end of March. So as I don't know if I
Tentative
mentioned-
agendas count?
So yes, yes. We do know that project will be coming to you for review.
The Menlo Park project's coming to us for review?
No, the San Antonio Road Area Plan and this.
But we can still
was-
tour the Menlo Park project.
Correct. My concern is having a group of you together in the same place, looking at something to inform a future decision. I will confirm with legal whether this is a concern or
I
not.
think Mr. Yang just popped up. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I'll just need to talk through some of the details with Ms. Armour, and we may be in touch with you, Commissioner G.
Sounds great. Ms. Armour is actually on the email thread, I believe. So maybe Ms. Armour can help coordinate some of this.
Yeah, I like that suggestion. Thank you, Commissioner G. Anybody who's interested in participating can reach out to me, but once I confirm with Albert what the restrictions might be, I can also share that information with the commission.
Yes, but I think personally that this would be a really interesting opportunity to look at some of mixed-use development in neighboring cities. Also because the reason why we kicked off this conversation is because of discussion about ground floor retail. When does it work? When it doesn't work? And so the developer had actually talked about in certain projects like this one that they mentioned in Menlo Park, that the retail actually would not survive and that the developer is actually subsidizing the ground floor amenities, the retail. So I think this would be an interesting case study as we continue to discuss things like ground floor retail ordinances on El Camino, and we're literally doing retail revitalization. So I think that this is really pertinent to some of the discussion topics that we are having.
Commissioner Peterson?
So I just wanted to speak to the Churchill Road crossing, where by the high school, there's a petition floating around initiated by the high school students. Is that it? That they would like to have a security guard at the crossing to be there rather than, I'm not sure what we have now, but that there should be somebody actually there at the crossing guard at all times, which I think sounds, when you go to a swimming pool and you have kids in the pool, you have a lifeguard. So it doesn't seem like it's an awkward idea. So I just wanted to put that on record here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements, questions? Very well then, we are adjourned.